All right, guys, welcome back to Drop Dice. I am Chris, your GM for, I'd say, 90% of the stuff on this channel. Uh, and these guys are the guys that were with me for last week, with one exception, or I should say, yeah, I guess it was last week or the week before, for the funeral game for L5R. This is going to be another drop-in, drop-out night. And we're going to introduce one new player, which I'm just going to introduce him separately. We're going to do the close, talk about your channel stuff at the end, because I feel like these guys are really ready to jump right back into the investigation.
Hey, Chris, can I give just one shout out about the drop-in, drop-out thing real fast? So people...
Yeah, go ahead. I was going to say...
I just want to give everyone clarification. Guys, all of our character information and stuff, for the most part, is up on Legacy Game Mastering site now. So if you want to know anything about individual characters, it is all up. I still need Nelson's character information, and I need to drop Hero's information on there, but for the most part, we are good to go.
Yeah, absolutely. If you do want to join this game, you can contact myself. It's Chris Willem on Facebook, and then or Kyle, who's Kyle Hood from Legacy Game Mastering. We'll add you to the secret group and get you inside some of the games. It's completely open, but the group is kept secret for now because we're just kind of inviting people who we know want to play specifically that game. Let's go ahead and introduce Chepe. He's our new person for L5R tonight.
Nothing much to introduce. Hi.
That's it? We're not going to do any channels or anything?
I mean, I have a channel called Fontrodden. I don't do much with it. What I do, you might like, you might not. FAUNTRODDEN. There you go.
Niche. Right there. All right, so let's kind of talk about the last game real quick here. So in the last game, you guys did some investigation. When you showed up inside the Fox Clan's castle of Ujina Kitsune, which, by the way, is M7 on the map. It took me a little while to find it. You guys, which I'll ping as well, you guys discovered that the Karo, or advisor there, had died. What it was originally assumed to be seppuku was conducted with a wooden wakizashi, meaning that his death was something that the daimyo or clan champion, in this case, did not give him permission for, or did not agree with him, but allowed him to do it. When you talk to the clan champion, who's the one who's actually petitioning you to investigate on her behalf, she said that she did not give the order for him to kill himself, and it was weird that he did it with a wooden wakizashi, because while she would have disagreed, she would have permitted him to use his normal wakizashi if he felt the need to do such an act. To give you kind of a rundown of your NPCs, I'm going to go down the list. You guys can add anything as you want after I'm done here. There's Kitsune Sekidera, who was the Karo, who's deceased. Kitsune Ryosei, who's the clan champion. Inukai, which is one of the servants, a male. Oda is another servant, male. Ayoshi, which is a female servant. And Yumi, which is a female servant. You guys haven't actually talked to the servants, so I'm not going to tell you which ones are which until you guys take the time to actually make conversation with the house servants.
Hey, Chris, Oda, yep. And who was the third servant?
Ayoshi and Yumi.
Okay, sorry, I'm doing our campaign summary sheet, so.
It's okay. And then Saruchi Osen, who is a Mantis Clan representative, formerly of the Wasp Clan. They recently formed the Yoritomo Alliance, which is a minor clan alliance, and started referring to themselves as the Mantis Clan. They have been sanctioned and recognized by the Emperor at this point. You also met Asahina Domatai, who's a female crane member. She is a courtier who's quite arrogant. Hida Tenkai, which is a crab clan bushi, who has the large quality, who is, I wouldn't say arrogant, but he's kind of your typical crab. He doesn't think that a lot of the clans have a lot of value to give, which he displayed last time you talked to him. And then you met Ujina Sutama, which is the Hair Clan Bushi, who you discovered had Lord Moon's curse. And according to what you've discovered, you believe him to be the one who killed Sekidera. You discovered that he understood, or that he was a practitioner of ninjutsu. He threw shuriken, and you discovered a ninjato inside his house. During the last game, we talked about him going through the interrogation process, which interrogation would have been conducted by the house servants, not by you directly, because samurai would lose honor for doing such things. And it's not considered good as far as society is concerned to be known as somebody who carries out interrogations. He was executed for his crime, which his main crime, if nothing else, because you guys haven't found enough to prove that he was the direct killer just yet, at least as far as Ryosei is concerned. He was executed for the crime of being cursed by Lord Moon, which is a completely punishable offense. And we're going to go back a little bit in time, and we're going to kind of talk about what happened during that investigation, or that interrogation scene, what you guys have learned. You also mentioned about burning down the house. We'll revisit that as well. But before I start, is there anything you'd like to add to kind of recap things a little bit?
I know that Kira had consulted the fates, and that's how we had discovered that Ujina Sutama was the likely culprit. But
you followed him because the fates. He seemed to be tied in the fate of everyone in town.
Yeah, and so I had a really bad feeling about him. That's the whole reason we kind of followed him around in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, I still am not sold on everybody, on the crab not being the actual killer. But that's something that'll have to come out as we play along.
I would just like to add the fact that it's pretty much, at least from Kurino's perspective, self-evident that the killer wasn't the one who staged the seppuku.
Mm-hmm. You did find that there was too much focus on cleaning up and staging the seppuku that makes you think that there's at least one other person involved.
Yeah, Hoshiro feels the same way, though. Hoshiro does see the Usagi as he is the one who did. He's probably most likely the one who did at least did the initial killing. I'm not sure who covered it up.
Okay, perfect. So let's kind of talk about your clues real quick that you've discovered. You found a pillow book that has some different notes about Sekidera's personal feelings about the Yoritomo alliance. He was against it and was planning on talking to Ryosei about breaking off the alliance. You've also found that there was some involvement between Domatai and Sekidera. Let's see, you found the wooden wakizashi, the cut's in the wrong place, and you determined that the cut had to come from a straight weapon, whether it was from a thrown weapon, a kunai for example, or a knife, or it would be from a ninjato. The common belief right now is that it was probably a knife, though you did find a ninjato inside Ujina's house. Let's see. The death was a setup, which you guys already touched upon. You know that Tsuruchi Osen was angry with the man who was killed, Sekidera, and had threatened to take revenge on him, but didn't say exactly how. Though you guys have kind of realized that this was probably just an anger statement, than not necessarily him being like, "I really will kill you." You also discovered from talking to the Earth Spirit that the killer wore green clothing. The death scene is too clean. The body was obviously moved around. You believe that he was, because of the time he was discovered, that he had been killed somewhere between about 9 a.m. and 11 a.m. Yep, that's all the clues that you guys have found so far. Now let's talk about the interrogation real quick. So, an Edda will approach you, a man who is kind of balding towards the top. He's started shaving the top and pulling a full top knot, but he keeps it low cut and trim, which is proper for an Edda. They're allowed to have top knots, but they can't have them of a certain height. This Eda you know of as Oda. He is the oldest house servant. He's 63 years in age, and he's been with the family even through Ryosei's father. Oda will come to you and he'll unroll a scroll, and he says, "My lords, if you have time, I wish to speak of you about our findings."
Of course.
Okay. He'll shut the doors behind him, and he'll set the scroll down on the table, and then he'll wait for you to give him permission to kneel, of course. And once that's done, he kneels down at the table that you guys have been using for just food and whatever else you have going on, because you've been staying inside the castle for at least 2 days now. He unrolls the scroll, and inside you see pin markings. A house servant is commonly taught the Rukigani calligraphy, but never to the extent that a samurai is, so it's quite rough to read. And he saves you all the courtesy by reading it to you. He says, Ujina Sutama, formerly of the Hair Clan, has officially renounced his membership to the clan. He wishes to be executed as a Ronin. During the interrogation, Ujina told us some interesting things that we thought you might find useful for your investigation. Hold on just a second. Okay. He goes down the list and he starts talking about Ujina's involvement in his past, and he says Ujina was taken in and fostered by the Scorpion clan. Apparently there had been some sort of negotiation or treaty between his parents and the Shoshiro family of the Scorpion. While there, that is where we believe that he developed the understanding of ninjutsu, though he still continued the practice of the Hair Clan's Bushido school. Or Bushi school, rather. During his time with the Scorpion clan, he said that he was asked to carry out different tasks that he wasn't sure what the purpose was, but nothing included the Kitsune. We've determined this is not a lie. His residence inside the Foxlands came only after the Scorpion coup, when he was returned to his family. He felt due to his actions, according to his own words, as not being able to continue living with them honorably. So he left to make a new life for himself here in these lands. He, of course, was cursed with Lord Moon's curse. He's not sure how he contracted it, but that's why his house has the chains inside of it. He locks himself away during these events. He says that it has been years since he has escaped, but if you have found the proof to show that he is the one who's guilty, then he must be guilty, because he cannot remember. Once Lord Moon's curse takes over, no one remembers what they've done. He kind of skims his finger down the scroll, brushing past what he believes to be our kind of unimportant details. And then he arrives at one and he says, Ujina Sutama says that he remembers locking himself up about 4 days ago when the Karo had died. He's not sure how he got out. We investigated his home, and the chains all seem to be in working order. It would take 8 horses to pull on a chain to break it free. We tested it. The man simply does not lack the strength, unless Lord Moon's curse does things that I do not understand. And then he goes back to reading the scroll, and he says, Ujina says that he woke up in the Karo's chambers, realized what had happened, and saw the blood everywhere. He quickly cleaned it up and attempted to make it look like the Karo had killed himself, grabbing his wakizashi, or at least what he thought was his wakizashi. It has been recently discovered that the Karo was given this wooden wakizashi as a gift from Crane Lands. It is actually a artisan that sent it to him. The Ujina left the wooden wakizashi in the dark, not knowing that that it was the incorrect one, and he left out the window before dawn. When you found him, he admitted that the shuriken were his, but he owns no ninjato. He claims that this is not his weapon. We believe him to be lying. He rolls up the scroll, and he sets it on the table. He says, if there's anything else you require, his execution is at dawn.
Kirino will sort of raise his hand at the notion of the unimportant details that he rushed past, and say, no detail is unimportant, no story so insignificant that we don't have the time to hear. There was a story once told to me by a spirit that proved most educating. Please, take your time and explain these things that you rushed over.
He goes over the scroll, and honestly, it is stuff that's not super important to your investigation, but there are some clues about who Ujina was and his past, and there are some definite connections that pretty blatantly show that the Scorpion had ninja. Like, not only did the coup pretty much solidify that, like, Ujina knows where they trained and has told you. He knows, like, a couple of agents that he believes are still within the Empire. He talks about what his training was like inside there, what his childhood amongst the Scorpion was. It's all interesting for Ujina, but not necessarily for your case.
He trained with the he trained with the Scorpion.
Yes.
Would I be able to hit a?
He's an infiltrator specifically.
To say that would be, I'd have to. I don't know if I would have the knowledge and character to understand enough about the Scorpion to understand how they would train ninja.
There is one part that that catches your eye, is the fact that he believes that there are still Scorpion within the Empire that are hiding.
Yeah, I'm thinking in character because of my background. I don't think I have enough in character knowledge to question him on that.
Not really. The problem is the way the Scorpion train ninja is in small squads. And usually they start at like 10 men, and then like people die during training.
Yes, Nelson.
Well, the squads are trained separately, and the training tactics are entirely left in charge of the person who's in charge of that squad. So a lot of them don't even know other ninjas that are available, other than the ones they trained with. Yeah, ninjas are vilely bad.
That's why I don't call the Shiro ninjas. They're infiltrators.
Mm-hmm. Your void points will not reset, and your health will not reset.
Okay, well, I didn't lose any health. So at some point, I do want to do a meditation session to reset my void points.
That's fine.
I'll wait until an appropriate time to make the roll, because right now I'm in the middle of a meeting.
Okay. The other thing that you have heard now that the town has kind of died down, there's still kind of a lockdown on the town as far as like people coming in and out and things like that. You've heard that a Tonbo has arrived in town and has been making his presence known amongst the people for kind of being odd, which is not terribly uncommon for anybody who's a cousin to the Dragon Clan, but that's kind of where the interesting part happens. This Tonbo actually will have approached the doors to the castle and has been escorted to you from by Yumi, the female servant. He seems to have some information for you.
Does he have an actual name, or is he just a Tonbo?
Yes, he does. He can introduce himself.
He's from a Dragon Clan relation, right?
Dragonfly.
Yeah. Okay, so of course I will stand up and recognizing him as a cousin through the little bit of training I've actually undergone, I will bow to him and give him formal greetings and welcome him into the room.
I will take his left hand to his left side, and you can see that he's carrying a pouch to his side of it. He'll touch it and give a deeper bow to you. As he's raising up, his black hair, which is quite long, like even as it would normally be grown out, is draped along the side. He curls it back over his shoulder, and he turns. You may speak to the servant. Ayushi, I believe.
The servant says, "May I present my lords with Tombo Van of the Dragonfly clan?" And then she'll make a deep bow, and she'll back away and close the doors in front of her before she even gets up from her bow.
Again, since I'm the first one standing, I will greet him and tell by name, say, "Greetings, Tombo Von. My name is Takashi Hira," and then I will point out each individual member of the group and make sure I say these names right, so I'm going to have to screen select. I will point to Josh and say, "This is Hoshiro of the Reluctant Blade," and make sure again I say your name right. And I will point to the other Shujinja there and introduce him as Isawa Kirino. Is it Kirino?
Kirino.
Yeah.
So the Saruti who was with you before has left. He is to attend to Sekidera's personal family and deliver the gift, which is why he's not here.
That's on. So I just basically I take the time to introduce the entirety of the group. So I'm the one standing at this point.
I would stand up and bow to him as well. It's a pleasure to meet you, Tombo-san.
You as well. Hoshiro. Sorry.
Yes, Hoshiro.
Hoshiro.
In full view of etiquette, I will offer Tombo Von a seat at the table, since he is considered a member of the Bushi class.
Of course.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Kirino, being as slow and heavy-set as he is, by the time he's being showed, Tombo Von is being showed to the table, Kirino had just managed to stand up and start bowing a bit awkwardly. Kneels back down at the table.
When he gets up to back down to bow, I'll actually take a moment, because I was about to halfway sit down, then I realized he was actually getting up. I pushed the chair forward a bit, probably a bit to your dismay, Kyle. Take a minute, and he bows a bit lower than you. Isawa-san, pleasure to meet you.
He returns the bow. Maybe not quite as low, but...
That big gut gets in the way, man.
What?
That big gut gets in the way. Makes it hard to bow.
Do you have the corpulent disadvantage?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No, it was just the picture that was found for the overlay.
Okay.
So
I was just curious, like, how big we're talking for Isawa here.
I have no clue. The
corpulent disadvantage is pretty bad. Like, it slows you down.
Oh, I have can't lie, ascetic, and idealistic. They're not worth like the entirety of what I could have done, but I just thought they were a good match.
I thought corpulent was used for characters that were like 300 or 400 pounds.
Yeah, for like really big guys.
Like guys that have to go around on palanquins.
Yeah, it's not like your standard. He's pretty heavy kind of thing. He's like.
I'm just role playing being fat for absolutely no reason. There's no mechanical reason for me to be.
Good for you.
You know.
Not everybody can play super in shape hero for no reason. So, Tombo takes a seat. Tombo, do you want to go ahead and start from here?
Cool. He takes a seat. You notice this, like, he's really young looking, very pretty young boy. Takes his time. I'm assuming there's tea at the table that's been served by the other?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's been set out, but not served specifically.
Oh, we can't do tea ceremony here.
It looks like it was set previously because you're coming in. There's no set for you, but there is empty cups at the table. This is what I'm saying.
He pauses for a moment, and he reaches forward to grab a cup, kind of looks over at the Dragon Clan, because his mon is obviously visible.
No, it is not. He wears black robes with a mon of a raven.
Mon of a Raven.
He did introduce himself as Tagashi, so you would recognize that as a dragon name, though. So you still know he's a dragon. He just doesn't show it.
We'll glare at that for a moment, but divert his eyes over to the teacup. Is there an Edda that can serve me?
You guys know that you can call for an Edda. The Edda have left you alone because you've kind of sequestered yourselves to evaluate all your clues and things like that.
Gotcha.
As a Ronin, would it be horribly disgraceful for me to pour his tea?
No, not at all. Typically, you would pour tea for someone of higher status than you. Even as a minor clan, he's technically higher status than you, so it'd be acceptable.
I would actually walk around and quickly pour his tea.
He gives an affirm, like, you've noticed before, I'm sure you've done this before, Hoshiro. Hoshiro, correct?
Yes.
So, most minor clans that you've probably been across don't really acknowledge someone whenever their tea is poured. But when you pour down the tea, you can see that he looks up at you, and his eyes are a bit watery, and they have a very sincere expression on their face, and gives a nod. Looks down.
Simply nod back.
Hoshiro.
Yeah.
You are very attuned to children, correct?
Yeah.
You will notice that there is a small figure on the other side of the silk screen that is kneeling.
Okay. Walk over and open the screen.
You see a young boy. You want to describe him, Chepe?
He is a small, ruddy boy. He has a single scar that runs down his neck that is largely attempted to cover up, right? Because they kind of padded it a bit, makeup, etc. They've simple boy, shorter hair that has not been fully allowed to grow out yet. A bit ruddy looking, and just other than that, pretty average. Very excitable.
So he's
About 2 or 3 years old.
he's kind of wiggling, but he's trying to kneel properly. You can tell that his knees are not quite accustomed to the hard floor yet, being so young.
Kind of smile down at him, hold up a finger, walk back into the room. Actually walk back to where I was sitting, take the cushion that I would have been kneeling on, walk back over and kind of hand it down. So look down at him. What's your name, son?
He looks to you and he sees that you have the cushion. He bows very quickly to you and almost an exaggerated, like kid kind of bow, and he says, "Akotsu."
Akotsu-kun. Try kneeling on this. It'll make it a little easier on your knees.
He bows again 2 more times, like he understands what he should be doing, and he's like running through it in his head, and you can see that he's still learning his proper etiquette and things like that. He'll take the kneeling pillow and he'll rest it, and you can see he's getting a lot more comfortable now.
As Soshiro leans over to give him that pillow, I'm going to give him a stare that clearly says, "What are you doing? He needs to learn the hard way."
I smile at the boy and I kind of look over at Tanbo. Tanbo-sama, is this your child?
Yes. And this boy is pretty, like, Tanbo-san is very young to be having a kid. He stands up. If you'll excuse me. You don't need to have such...
What? What were you going to say?
Oh, he looks at the child. Ikotsu. Ikotsu-san.
He quickly whips himself around on the pillow, and he like does a quick nod.
Be careful.
Hey.
Tombo-sama. I didn't mean any disrespect. He just looked a little uncomfortable. Just figured he could use a pillow. I kind of kneeled down. Don't worry, we won't keep your father too long. Unfortunately, we do have some things to discuss.
Real quick remembrance thing, Chris. When you sit around a table on Rokugan for a meeting like this, you sit on your knees, not cross-legged, correct? At a table, you'd sit on, like...
Yes. I mean, you guys are a little bit more casual and familiar with each other right now, so you could sit any way you want. But you have a guest in the house right now, so you probably would be kneeling.
Okay. Well, that answers my question. So I look over at Hoshiro and at Tombo as well and say, nothing teaches a boy's knees resilience like kneeling on the hard forest floor.
I'm sure.
I kneeled. Good.
I'm sure it doesn't.
After sneering a bit, his eye kind of closing in just a tad, I'll lean in a bit more to Ikotsu and just tell him very quietly, don't worry, you'll learn in time. Some of us are still learning, even in this very room.
I kind of reach into my kimono and pull out a little roll drum, and kind of hand it to the boy. I should keep you entertained while we have to talk. Okay.
As you guys close up the screen, knowing that Ikotsu waits on the other side, you'll kind of lazily hear the little pitter-patter of the two beads striking it. He'll like stop for a little while, and you know that he's probably thinking to himself that he shouldn't be making all this noise, and then all of a sudden it's like he kind of forgets himself, and he's just back out there like going crazy now. It's not enough to irritate you guys while you talk, though. Just to throw that out there.
By this, I have returned, of course, to the table.
Mm-hmm.
What did I miss that he was doing? Sorry.
Playing with the drum.
Okay. Sorry. Make sure I know what's going on.
Please forgive my intrusion. It seems I've added a level of unneeded formality.
So
there
Chris,
is.
Go ahead. Jump in. Sorry if that's for done. Go ahead.
I came because I have heard rumors. I of course need to give my gift for the coming funeral as of yet. But before I do, there was a matter I wish to discuss about what is going on.
So, Chris, would we still have the Tonto available to us? If we need
the Wakizashi? Yes.
No, not the Wakizashi, the Tonto we found in the house.
The Ninjato that was in the house? Yes, you would.
I'm going to call to have that brought in, and I actually want to see if I can divine it. And
okay.
what I'm going to do, they're going to see it for the first time. I'm going to pull out rat bones out of a pack. I'm going to hold that Ninjato in my hands for a minute, and then I'm going to cast rat bones and see if I can't figure out the history of this thing through rat bones. It's probably going to freak some people at the table out, but...
Well, as you bring out something dead, he noticeably moves to the other side of the table. And this is the most drastic action you have seen him do. He will completely ignore your existence and look and commence trying to start conversation about the spirits with... If I'm not mistaken, it's... Togashi? Not sorry. It's
Isawa Kirino.
Yep, Isawa-san.
Alright. Cool. If you're speaking about the spirits, Asawa is like, the spirits. Did you know? And then he starts explaining about the man in passing was, he paid great homage to the earth, wind, fire, and air spirits, and that he had a discussion with a particularly knowledgeable earth spirit, and goes into great detail about this war from way back when, and all the little details, and I thought, but I didn't understand. But in time, patience reveals all, and goes back into the story that eventually ends with how the general committed seppuku with a wooden sword, and it's a very long, drawn out story, so it's more than enough time to distract from whatever's going on.
You can tell he is incredibly intent on you. His eyes are very, very much focused just off of yours. And he is completely cutting off the other side of the...
Okay.
By the way, Chris, rolled a 25 on that divination.
Okay.
Where...
Since we're going to throw out divination, let me pull up the divination skill.
I can find out.
Because I never have players that actually use it. A little bit.
I'm glad I could be the first.
I was saying, he's narrowly focused only on Isawa-san. He's not looking at it because he basically he's not, like, that entire side of the room doesn't exist as far as he's concerned right now, simply because there's dead things actively being worked with on that side, and he's too pure of him to even acknowledge its existence.
Okay. Let's see here.
So it said the TN for the base is 15.
Correct. Unless I modify that, because you're using a style that the Kinku basically tap into their already understanding of the fate.
Yeah.
You are already at a penalty to divine the way that they do.
Yeah. That's why I said the base.
You said you got a 25?
Yeah.
Okay. You're divining over the sword itself, correct?
I'm trying to see if there's any way for me to divine who may have actually owned it.
What the bones tell you is the Watchman returns.
And I quickly and as politely and neatly as possible scoop these bones back into a bag, and I'm going to hold that in the corner pocket kind of thing until time's right for it. And then we'll put the ninja toe back on the table, because the least amount of time I have to handle it, the better.
Okay. You'll hear kind of the scraping of these dry bones across the table, and he'll pull the bag strings, and that's how you'll know that the divination has been completed.
Isawa is still going on about the story about the war.
Through the story.
Yeah.
Isawa drop like added details, but you don't know that.
No, Isawa is working through the added details, and I thought, but you see, it was, and then
Isawa himself kind of reminds you of how Earth spirits talk, which only complicates things because he heard this story from an Earth spirit.
He prefers water spirits. They're silent, sort of.
So,
but
the once the story is concluded, you kind of are made abreast of all the details that I gave you before. Okay, go ahead.
These details, I'm still looking back toward Ikotsu a little bit on the screen every once in a while, and then occasionally gives like interjects just enough. And who's giving the last bit of information of what's going on?
It's going to be Isawa. Isawa at one point is going to become so wrapped up in his story that he starts kind of getting up out of his seat and acting.
Isawa-san, you said...
Chepe, you broke up again, dude.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we hear you now.
How about now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Isawa-san.
Yeah. Hi. I'm here. Are you talking?
No, the story said you knew what time the death occurred. Correct.
Hey.
What time was that?
Yes. I reiterate the time that it was between what was it, 9 and 11 in the morning, correct?
Yeah, you think it was somewhere between 9 and 11. Now that you've gotten the new information from the interrogation, though, it may actually be earlier because Ujina said that he left the room before the sun came up, and the Karo was already dead.
Well, that could explain why the bed was in disarray, because he would have been asleep when he first got attacked.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
As far as
So you
public
did say
knowledge
you-
would go,
you
the
did-
rumors would
You
say
give me
9 to
the
11.
time. Okay. So you see, as I was like, Tombo, he brings out that side of, and what he whips out is a scroll. And on the scroll is written several parts of the day and the month, and it seems like he's very meticulously written down something along the side. He starts slowly unraveling it open and reads through it. Rolls it back up, puts it back in his side pouch. This is terrible.
Isawa was just patiently like sitting and waiting for the.
Who convicted this man?
Ryosei would have been the one to convict.
She would have handed down the conviction. We would have been the people that would have levied the accusation, correct?
Correct.
We were the accusers, and the Daimyo.
You must. I'm afraid you must wash yourselves of this grievance. You have convicted a man who could not have killed the person that you are talking about.
This may be the prudent time to mention the Watchman. I am going to look at. I'm actually looking at a Sanwa because I really don't know the other Shujinja, and I'm going to mention that my divination said that the Watchman will return, and that perhaps we should begin trying to puzzle out who this Watchman is.
At this point, Hoshiro is going to take out a pipe, quickly pack it with tobacco, bring it to his lips, and light it. So, we accused an innocent man of murder,
Yes.
a murder that he admits to covering up.
His curse, right? It is said that it was from his curse. That is the rumors that I have heard on the way here. As he says this, he looks down and he's attempting to cover his mouth with his shoulder, as if it's too shameful to even try to speak directly of such a matter.
As he says that he may have convicted an innocent man of murder, I'm going to look over cross table at Hoshiro and I'm sorry, I gotta get your last name right there. Because I don't like it. No, it's not Asawa. Jetpack's character.
Tombo.
Thank you. I'm gonna look at both of them and I'm gonna say it doesn't matter if he committed their murder or not. He is still cursed by Lord Moon, and he still deserves death. He's still punishable.
Regardless of his curse, regardless of whether he is punishable or not, if he is innocent, there is still a guilty party out there.
The curse only comes out during the full moon at night.
Yes, but the murder happened most likely at
it happened in the morning.
You guys are the only ones that have information that it happened at night at this point. The rumors that are going around town, some of your clues have been leaked to the townspeople. The clue that said it was between 9 and 11, Chepe's heard that rumor, essentially.
Yes, we now know that it must have happened at night because he admits to covering it up, essentially. I was wondering how he did so before, but he admits to waking up in the room.
Kurino's eyes would start to widen for a minute as he stares up into the sky before lowering his head. The Earth Spirit did mention that the killer came into the room and did his deed and then left.
Yes.
Before returning to the scene. In the confession, he mentioned how he woke up here.
Yes. Perhaps you should talk to the spirits again, because this is making less and less sense.
So,
I'm sorry.
logical question has to be, who's going to talk to the spirits?
One of the Shugenja?
I've under the impression that Asawa-san has already talked to the spirits and gotten as much information out of them as he can.
If I am correct, Misawa-san, you've spoken to an earth spirit. We know that incense were lit. We know that a fire spirit was present.
That's going to be my next question. If there's incense lit, the next question would be, if there wasn't, was there a fireplace in his room?
You guys discovered that there were incense in the room. You could tap into the water spirits that dwell in the air, or the air spirits. The water spirits would be the hardest to get in contact with out of all of them.
This is true. So, we have our access to major spirits. So the question becomes, who wants to talk to them? I believe Asawa-san has a... Wait, no, Asawas don't have a weakness, do they? That's their school ability. No school abilities. They don't have a weakness. They have an offended, even no weakness.
Regardless, that's something you wouldn't know.
I'm talking mechanically, not character knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
This is not being set in character. I was just trying to figure out from a mechanics standpoint who would be the best person to talk to the spirits. Since I've seen Aisawa do it, I would actually suggest Aisawa-san do it, because I've actually already seen him pull off this trick once, and I don't really know anything about Tombo. He could do it, but I don't know for sure.
Okay. So, it's about that time that you're going to hear something different. The pitter-patter of the drum that that's been kind of going on the whole time you've been talking, it stops and you hear like a little clicking sound, which instantly you'll know is something hitting the floor.
I immediately get up and move to the door.
Me too.
Okay. You two come to the door, and the child is not there. The drum is laying behind on the ground. You can hear footsteps going into the room to the left, or down the hallway to the left. And there's an immediate right turn, so whoever, whatever, or the child has gone that way from the sounds of it.
How heavy are the footballs?
Can't tell. Too much distance. They're fairly light, though.
Were they running?
Sounds like it.
Go after them. Only making a quick pause to grab my katana.
Oshiro-kun,
Yes.
why are you rushing to action?
A child who went to the bathroom wouldn't have dropped the drum.
At this point, I'd like to cast a spell.
Okay. Hoshiro, I take it you are going down the hallway now.
Yes.
As soon as he starts his prayers, you're moving.
Yep.
Okay.
I guess at this point I'm going to follow Shiro down the hall, but I'm going to do it with a little bit more caution. Last thing we need to do is run into that big crab dude, like club in our face.
By the by, you guys are unarmored because you would have been sitting around the house. Just
Oh,
throwing.
no, we would stop
no.
on our die shows.
You could grab your die show, but you're not going to be wearing your armor unless you want to take 5 minutes to get that stuff on.
This is true.
Okay.
Okay.
What are you casting?
I'm casting the water. What's the name of that spell? Basically allows me to communicate with the water spirits inside of a single object that I've been familiar with. I'm doing the clothes that I put on my younger son.
Okay, commune. Okay.
It's not commune. It's a first mastery.
Water.
Oh, the one that lets you locate it? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So, let's see. What's a fun way to describe this one?
It allows me to know the position and direction it's being headed.
Yeah. So, you almost always have a little bit of water with you because anytime you do spells, you need at least some of the element with you, and since you favor water, this is what comes up. Like you uncork a wineskin that you've kept water in, and a small, almost needle-like thing of water comes up, and it comes down and it forms like a compass to point you in the right direction. And as soon as it locks in, it starts to glow a little, and you know that that's the confirmation that that's the way he's going. And you can see the compass moves a little bit, and then it stops. It would be moving a little bit to the right.
Hoshiro-san, to the right.
Hoshiro, you've made it to the corner where the only way to go is right, of course, and you hear that, and you begin going down there. You have stopped hearing the footfalls, and within moments you make it to a set of double doors that are open, just barely open, and you kind of wrench your saya inside there and like sling the doors open to see what's in there. And it's a small garden, and the child is actually looking into a pond. He's completely leaned over, and he doesn't seem to notice or hear you. He's just completely encapsulated by the water. No one's with him. It's just him by himself.
I think by this time, Isawa notices everyone is rushing off, and he's getting up. His large form rubs his knee a little bit, walks out, and would see Tonbo standing there. So what seems to be going on? It says the child is missing.
Yes, but he's right this way. And I start walking with the water still pinned on the edge of my fingertip. Water is going in his mind. He hears the voices of the kami that are just telling him which direction to go.
Yeah, although there's the physical manifestation of the needle, the way you interpret the spell is entirely up to you. So yeah, hearing the spirits of the kami talking to you, sending whispers and saying like further, stay to the left, to the right, that sort of thing, is definitely something that only you would internalize. And as you come around the corner, you see Hoshiro, who's kind of let out this sigh of relief as he looks in the room and sees that there's no harm.
Yeah, Hoshiro kind of lets out a sigh of relief, takes his katana and quickly tucks it into his obi.
At this point, I would have picked up my full dice show, forget just the katana. and been
Mm-hmm.
tying it on as we run along. Yeah, I know I'm without armor, but I still have a 25.
Yeah, I'm just saying you wouldn't wear your armor because you're inside having a meeting, essentially.
Still not the easiest person in the world to hit one.
I gotta intensify the situation by notating things like that, even if they're not necessary.
For me, it's not necessary. Josh may have a different story.
I take a minute to calm myself, and I take the time to try to meditate a little bit in the pond.
You kind of recenter yourself a little bit. When you come around, you'll see that Akotsu has locked himself about 4 inches. His face is literally like 4 inches above this water. He's leaned, like his knees are real close to his hands are really close to his knees, and he's leaned his entire upper body over this pond.
I'm going to look back to Tombo. I apologize, Tombo-sama. Threw me off guard.
It's about this time that, Hoshiro, since you've been here the longest, you've noticed that the child hasn't blinked. It just continues this very deep, intense stare at the water. And then, almost unsettlingly, the child breathes finally, and then settles back down and sits down and looks around.
That's not natural.
No, it's not.
I don't say that. I just kind of look over to Tombo-sama. Is there anything?
And get up.
Is your child? Are you training your child to be a Shugenja?
No.
Hey, Chris.
Uh-huh.
Can I hit a void check to see if there's something supernatural going on, just sense the void?
If you spend a void, you can touch into it. You're not a Shugenja, so I won't let you just...
Okay, that's fine. I don't have a void to spend first.
I'm going to touch the pond.
When you touch the pond, the ripples kind of push aside as you lift your finger. And the child will look at you, and he'll just quietly say, no.
Just totally creeping me out. I don't like water that possesses people.
Hoshiro is just going to go with the only thing that he even remotely thinks this could possibly be. Were you thirsty?
The child kind of looks at you, and just a very, very blank, generic face almost. And he says, no. I heard the wings of a bird. And he reaches down and taps the water once.
Whoa. Wings of a bird?
Yes.
Oh, good God.
I look around for birds.
Is there... Can I do an investigation?
So the Kitsune household is actually built like a square. There's the outer wall, which is a larger square. Then there's the inner wall, which is actually where the housing is, and it's also a square. And then inside that is actually a garden, which is where you are right now. You've made it into the inside garden. This would actually be reserved for the family's use. You guys being here, this is kind of a restricted area. Guests would be authorized to use it, but only at the express permission of the daimyo. So you're kind of in an area that you shouldn't be in, just to give you an idea of where you are.
Okay, so can we check investigation here to see if we notice any signs of birds?
When you look around, because you want to look around for birds, you absolutely can. This is not going to require a roll. You're going to see that there are a few birds in the garden that would be native to this area. And the child sees you looking around. He says, no, on the water, and he taps it again.
So I'm going to do the next best thing here, and I'm going to look at the child, and I'm probably going to creep him out just a little bit because I'm a creepy dude. And I feel like I belong in a paneled van at this point. And I'm going to ask him what the bird looked like. Try to get a description of the bird.
We should discuss this elsewhere.
Yeah, Isawa wouldn't have, knowing that they're not supposed to be in that area, Isawa would have never crossed that threshold into the garden, and he's just waiting on the edge.
as for Josh saying we should discuss this elsewhere, I'm just going to hold my hand up to kind of silence him. Just kind of, Daddy's talking. Kind of
Okay.
thing.
What did you say to the child? I'm sorry, I missed that.
I asked him what the bird looked like.
He says, you don't see it? It's right here. And he starts leaning into the water some more.
So, Chris, question. Can I lure Kenku to know about other spirit birds?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's really not a lot of spirit birds. I mean, you don't even need to lure it. This is stuff you would know. Like,
that's fine.
You know that there's a three-legged raven.
Mm-hmm.
Which that thing is, I forget what its name is.
And there's Tengu.
There's Tengu, Kenku, Phoenixes, and Yatagarasu, which is the three-legged raven. Which, if I remember right, he's a...
Isn't he an omen of death?
I think he's of knowledge, actually. He's not necessarily anything terrible.
Can't remember all of them. Phoenixes are omens of rebirth.
Uh-huh.
So I look at the child like he's retarded because I just don't know what else to do at this point. And I look at Hoshiro and kind of just hold my arms out and ask him, can you get him to describe this thing? Because clearly we don't see it.
It's knowledge, intellect, and trickery is what they are.
Okay.
At this time, with them sort of insisting by them not leaving the garden, Isawa will turn around and actually make his way back to to the meeting room.
Okay. You're only like 4 steps into the garden. The pond is actually quite large.
No, Isawa wouldn't have went into the garden knowing that we're not supposed to be there.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I've been trying to talk for like the past while. I was gonna say, while this conversation's going on, Ikotsu, come here.
He's gonna shake his head and he says no.
Ikotsu.
He shakes his head again. He goes, no, the water. And he kind of, this time, instead of like looking in the water, he turns his ear and gets so close that the water like just touches his ear.
I'm just going to look at Tombo-sama. May I? Did you respond?
Yes.
I'm going to reach down and pick up your child.
When you pick him up, he doesn't fight you, but he like just deadens his weight, because that's what happens when you pick up kids.
I'm going to begin to walk out of the garden.
Okay. When you walk away, he says, now I'll never know why that bird came.
Kotsu, that's a garden we shouldn't be in.
All gardens are free.
No, not all gardens are free. This garden belongs to the family who owns Cube and Kitsune.
But gardens are a blessing from the kami. They should be free.
That's up to debate.
Jeppe, where'd your child learn all this stuff?
He's a weird kid. That's what Jeppe said. So he's being a weird kid.
I'm okay with this, but still. I swear, this bird is a red herring, Chris.
Some gardens
We'll
belong
teach you
to
about true water kami later on. But now, we leave. And he has a very sincere, rippling look in his eyes.
Okay.
He'll give a semi-bow to the water, as if he has disrespected something. And he closes the door promptly as soon as everyone leaves.
So you're just going to carry him all the way back, and the small child will start singing to himself, and he'll sing, "White bird, little bird, come for a second visit. White bird, flight bird, come for a second visit."
This kid is weird. Once again, don't say that. I just kind of set him down next to the pillow I gave him and handed the drum back.
Can we manacle him to the table so this doesn't happen?
You hand him the drum back, and he seems to kind of come back around to being just a normal kid again, and he plays with the drum totally fine.
Will we lose honor for manacling a child to the table?
A little bit.
Well, I don't have any honor, so...
You do stand a chance of becoming infamous if you just keep going down this route.
I'm not going to chain a child to a table. I'm not a monster. I was just trained by them.
At that point, Hoshiro will return to the room. Look at Tombo. I am sorry I had to physically interpose myself between your child and the pond.
He doesn't look at you directly. He says, duty does affect us all, sometimes in ways that we don't expect.
With that, he will take out his katana, put it back on the daisho rack, sit down, and knock the embers out of his pipe, then repack it and begin to smoke again.
So you're telling me that he was killed that night,
Yes.
and that the person who came there left and came back was the one who did the job.
I thought what would be the best to tell you those kinds of things. He's the one that communicated with the spirits. Perhaps he should do so again.
How long is it for me to give my gift? For the funeral?
You would do it during the funeral. It doesn't take very long. You would tell a story of what it is, and then you would offer it. They would probably decline it at least twice, and they would accept it the third time, as is tradition.
I was just asking the time frame until then, because it'll be tomorrow morning. So we're not quite there at night yet.
Funeral's held. Because they want to show justice for the killer, and then properly put him to rest.
It was just in his mind he was specifically going to give.
I'm going to close the camera off for a second, lest I distract anybody.
It's fine.
Have I been able to give a gift to the lord of the house that's allowing me to stay?
You would have, yeah.
Okay. Just to let you know, it was a scroll.
Okay.
And on top of under the scroll was a bowl with the same markings of divination carved into the outside of it, with water in it.
Okay.
For divination.
Mm-hmm.
Water bowl.
Okay, sorry about that.
So what do you guys do?
Okay. At this point, I'm actually going to excuse myself and retire to my room. I want to meditate on the information we're receiving, especially the fact that this kid just saw something that nobody else could see. And I need to figure out if I can do this or not. I want to see if I can actually commune with my Kenku master without summoning him. I'm not sure if we'd be able to do that or not, because he is a spirit being still. I don't necessarily want to summon him.
You can tell me how the Bushi learned to commune with spirits. You can let me know how you're doing.
Well, I'm not communing with the spirit. I'm specifically trying to commune directly with one person. That I would have an intricate connection.
Yeah, he's a spirit being that exists outside of Rukugan.
Okay.
To commune with him, you would have to magically be connected to him, is the problem.
Okay, that's why I needed to know. That's why I was asking, would it be possible to do that or not? I didn't say I wanted to do it. I was asking, is it possible?
No, not without magical means.
What I would have to do would physically go to the woods and make an offering and see if I could actually physically summon him.
That'd be your best chance.
Okay. I'm not going to do that in the middle of the night. Definitely.
Also, as we discussed last time, the closest woods are the Komori woods.
Yeah, they're dangerous. So, yeah I'm not going to do
Or
that.
not Komori woods, the Kitsune Mori.
I still
Just
want.
the spirit woods.
I do want to go meditate, so I'm gonna go ahead and make my meditation roll now. See if I get my point back.
Totally fine.
Have we encountered the family since re-entering the room?
Meditation. I don't think I get away from back. Shit.
You said encountered the family. Do you mean
Yes.
the Karo's family?
Mm-hmm.
No, you guys actually have not talked to them, or they have not talked to them.
Oh, yep.
But my gift is still with him, correct?
It's on my back.
You would have dropped off the gift with the Fox Clan champion. She's the one who has this house.
She's the one who owns this house. Okay.
Yeah, she is not directly related to Sekidera.
I take it the rest of us who have already been here would have brought our gifts with us when we originally came in.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, she hasn't given you a chance to give them to you, because, or give them to her, but you
I'm
have
making
them.
sure we didn't need to go shopping.
I would very much like to pay my respect for the family, or the Karo of the area.
What time is it, Chris?
For this day, it is just after dinner. So, given the time of year, it'd be about 6:30. It's spring.
So a little too late. A little too late to go visiting the family right now.
It would still be considered acceptable if you were. You would bring a lamp with you and everything.
We should definitely go visit the family, perhaps tomorrow, as it is already dark. And Aisawa-sama, perhaps you could go to the room in question and commune with the spirits again?
The room. We're not meeting in the same room as the murder, are we?
No.
Okay. So, Isawa just nods.
Very well. Tombo-sama, Isawa-sama, should you need anything, I will be in my quarters. With that, Hoshiro will get up, bow to them, take his daisho, politely excuse himself.
Okay. I need to take just 1 second, so I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, sure. So between me, you, and the wall guys that were here last time, I've already figured out what my gift is going to be for their funerary rite. I don't know what you guys are thinking, but I'm going to give her a jade statue, used to ward off tainted spirits and to prevent undead. That's the whole idea.
I don't know. The most expensive thing I have on me right now is a jade finger.
Well, you wouldn't have to necessarily buy it. Well, no, you don't have a family. Never mind. You'd have to purchase it. On the other hand, I saw what you would not have to buy yours. Your family daimyo would probably provide it for you to pro-offer from your family.
Your master could have given you something, however, Koshiro.
Yeah.
And also, the way gifts work in Rikugan is it is truly the thought that counts. So the more expensive the gift, it's actually seen as more of an insult if the gift is very expensive with little content. If you were to get him, like, let's say, the Tetsubo of a craft soldier that fought saving Kyuden and Hida from a Oni attack, and it's like a named Oni, that's a good gift. But if you give him a jade embezzled brand new Tetsubo that has no meaning or purpose or history, that's considered an insulting gift.
Yeah. I know chopsticks can be a decent gift.
Yeah, I was going to say one of the best gifts I've had in a game was chopsticks, actually.
Actually,
the player had like a great story to go with it.
I think a better term for me, that better item for me, would actually be giving them a jade crafted, Naga crafted bow used during the Great Clan War.
I would say you have no access to that sort of thing.
Why not? Dragon are tied to the Naga.
Yeah, but you're such a low rank that you wouldn't be given that.
The gift, is it, who is it? Is it for the daimyo?
It would be for the Fox Clan champion, Ryosei. They don't have, minor clans don't have daimos. They have champions. That was
Okay.
my fault. I misspoke last game.
Okay.
Either way, I would love to give her something that's Naga crafted, but Naga crafting is very difficult to find right now.
Yeah, and given you are a rank 1 dragon, no, they're not going to give it to you to hand out at this point.
My sensei and Karo were friends, though, correct?
Yeah. So, like, if you have like a good gift that you could give that actually doesn't have a whole lot of like substantial value, would be like, say that the Karo gave your sensei a pipe.
Yeah.
And you're giving that pipe back to the family.
That's what I was going to do.
I'm still, but I'm going to go back to my original idea. Christian, tell me if I'm wrong, and I'll figure out the history of it later. I want to give her a small jade statue that's designed to prevent corrupted kami.
That'd be fine.
Yeah. I can figure the exact history out later.
Okay.
I have no idea what I wanted to give them.
As I retire to my room to allow the Shugenja to do their thing, I'm going to go ahead and meditate.
Let's go ahead and jump back in. So you'll both retire to meditate. Asawa, what would you like to do?
See what else I can find out in the murder room.
Okay.
So that's where I'm going to be heading.
All right. We'll pick up that in a second. Tombo, they've all kind of started leaving, and your son has bowed to each one of them as they go by, and you'll be the last one to leave the room.
Okay. So where did the murder happen? It happened in another room within this house, correct? Actually, no, it was out.
It would be in the Karo's room inside this house, inside this castle. Yes.
There's a wash basin there, correct?
Yep, there is.
There are people who have been noticeably going in and out of the house, correct? So they're still roaming about?
Yeah, there is. There's a couple servants that you've seen. You've seen 2 females and a male so far.
So as he leaves, he would like to just step out for a minute. I'm close to the river, correct? To where it parts.
Correct. Fairly close, yeah.
All right, I would like to make my way toward the river.
Okay.
As I said, he was going to head out to pay his respects to the family, but there was something else he wanted to do beforehand. As he goes down, he will make his way down to the river. Hopefully his son is sleeping safely.
So you're gonna put your son up where you've been given residence and make sure he goes to bed first?
Correct.
Okay. When you go to put him to bed, he's singing that weird song again about white bird, little bird, come again. When he finishes the song, he's kind of like tucked in and he's got the sheet pulled up on him, and he kind of mutters and he says something about the bird. He says, white and black, tall and proud. Come back, little bird, and he like starts to pass out completely.
Before he fully nods off, say, tell the bird I'll meet him by the river. Jokingly.
Okay.
And he'll half smile and make his way down to the river before paying his respect to the family.
Okay.
Once he reaches the river, go ahead.
So to get to the river, the city's actually quite big for a minor clan holding. It's kind of a long city the way it's designed. The castle itself is a little further back for safety reasons from the river.
Obviously.
But the city itself kind of descends down and becomes like a long dock. And you'll find that the main dock actually is kind of right where these two rivers meet.
I'll head down that way.
Okay.
I'd like to, again, cast a spell.
So you would have a lantern with you, which is kind of like a small wooden pole and then a paper lantern at the end, which is a cheap disposable lantern. Guardsmen use them as well. Going through the city, you'll see that the city, for the most part, is actually quite quiet and somber. When you get down to the shoreline, you're actually going to have an easier time than you normally would because there's so little distractions for you. So we're going to give you a free raise towards your spellcraft here.
Right. And I also get another free raise because it's a divination spell, so it'd be an extra 10 miles. Or 2 miles. So this is Reflective Pool.
Okay.
And the first body of water is going to be the Wash Fen.
And this is the one that lets you see from other bodies of water that you've become familiar with.
Correct.
Okay. So it takes a little bit of time, and really your raises are what helps you in doing this. But
I haven't rolled yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. I looked at that meditation roll.
That was me.
Okay. So it takes a little bit of time, and because of your free raises, did you add those in there, or?
No, I didn't add those.
Okay, perfect. I was gonna say that's really low if you'd added those raises.
No, I didn't.
All right, so mainly because of those raises, you're able to break through the spell itself and to actually make connection with a with the basin, which you are moderately familiar with. You haven't become like intimately familiar, where it'd be an easy, normal task for you to do.
Absolutely.
And it allows you to basically see from that body of water, right?
Correct.
Okay. Because it's a water basin and there's still actually standing water in it, what you're going to see is this view of kind of like a sloped bowl. There's a wooden ladle that's been rested inside the water, and you can kind of see that out of just kind of the corner of your eye, or at least the view there. It looks up and you can see that there's this wall, and on the wall there's actually this intricate painting that has a woman, a geisha, who's wearing blues and whites, and she's playing a three-stringed kind of guitar, almost like instrument. I forget what they're called. But she's playing that and kneeling down. She appears to be a geisha. She's kind of lightly clad, but still acceptable for artwork on the wall. You'll hear, or do you get sound in that?
I don't
It's
get
just
sound.
video.
I'm just waiting to see if I see any shadows or if anyone actually goes over the water basin.
Yeah, you'll see some shadows, and you'll see a hand because there's actually a reflective surface on the side that allows you to kind of get a little bit of a view. You see kind of like from the elbow down of a hand, and you recognize that it's the green and gold green and kind of gold cuffed robes that Isawa Kirino was wearing. It looks like he had gone into that room, and you're going to kind of see the shadows as he starts to do what he's doing there, which we're going to move over to him. Isawa, you said you wanted to commune. What type of spirit do you want to commune with?
I want to bring some, incense and stuff, and I'm not gonna light them, and I'm gonna try to commune with the fire spirits. The fire spirits.
So you find the incense that were previously burning, and they've smoldered out. You know that the fire spirits do typically, to get information from them, they require things, which is good that you thought ahead to bring new incense, and you can kind of light your incense using a little bit of magic and the incense that are currently there. Once it's lit, go ahead and give me the commune check or your spellcraft check.
Okay. That's skill roll, right?
Mm-hmm.
1.
Okay. So with that, this fire spirit comes alive and he starts kind of muttering and grumbling, and he moves from the dead ashes over to the new incense, and he kind of comes alive finally. He says, at last, a Shugenja who knows how to treat the fire spirits. And you can kind of sense that he's like stretching himself because you can see the incense burn down a little bit more. And then after a little bit, the ember at the end almost personifies a little bit for you to actually see this almost male, very athletic shaped kind of fire kami in front of you. Did you have questions for him, Sawa?
I was bugging. I thought you'd. Okay. No. As he arises, I bow to him. Yes, yes. Sorry to bother you, but there has been a tragedy that had befallen a good man in this room. I was wondering if you were around to witness this tragedy.
He says the man that was in this room. Yes, the older gentleman, wise, loved incense, good man. He I did see, but you see, I just woke up and I may require some coaxing, some sort of benefit, if you would. Do you happen to have paper? I'm quite hungry, you see.
I would have plenty of paper, right?
Yeah, you would. You know that fire spirits, they're kind of greedy, but if you play along with their demands, they tend to give you the best answers out of all the spirits.
Yeah. I was going to bring actually extra incense, but I'll grab some paper out of...
Okay. So you pull out your own journal and rip out a page, and you let him burn away the page, and he finally gets done. He's like, I haven't had a meal that good in a long time. Sekidera would always give us incense. While incense are good, it's like living your life without meat. And then he kind of laughs and he goes, I'm sure you know what that's like.
He sort of rubs on his belly and just grins.
He says, well, Sekidera was a good man. He provided us with as much as we could hope for a man that cannot speak to us. In fact, all of the spirits of this room were probably quite upset with his passing. I remember the night. There was something different about that night. The moon was full. I saw it in the window. In came a person wearing green robes through the window. They carried a spear. The spear itself had 2 feathers on it. They were white. They looked delicious. When Sekidera woke, the spear wielder had been looking through drawers for something. Sekidera attempted to surprise the person breaking in, and he was stabbed. Spear wielder was quite accurate, but it seemed that was not what the spear wielder intended. They left out the window again and returned a couple hours later. Do you happen to have a log? You look around the room. There is a fireplace in here.
I was gonna ask you if I could actually make a log with the summon spell, but
Yeah, you can.
like how tall of a log can I make with that?
It would be like the kind that you'd put in a fireplace, so about a foot long and about 6 inches or so wide. You could summon like oak, like a hardy wood.
So, if whatever the best, like I'll look in the fireplace, and if I don't believe that it's the best type of wood that might please him the most, I'll go ahead and actually summon a better quality wood.
Oak would really be the best because he could sustain himself longer with oak. So that definitely would probably be the better choice. The wood that they're using inside here is an ash, which is pretty common for the area.
All right, so I got a rule for that, right?
Yes.
Just give me a second to see this. I'm a 2, so it's a 5, keep 3. Did not enter? No, that was I did that one wrong. Three. And then I'm a +2. Oh shit. That's cool. So yeah, I got 32.
Yeah, so you conjure up the wood log, and you begin to pass the flame from the incense to the log, and he starts making these groaning sounds, and you can hear that he's like stretching himself, and he comes alive now. Instead of being this little tiny fire spirit, he's actually quite a robust, like larger spirit now because the flame from the log. And he says, there we go. Yes, I remember more now. The spear wielder came back with a large man on her back who was unconscious. And placed him on the floor. He kind of like looks around you and he says, probably about 10 paces from here. You take a quick glance, and that's roughly the area where you spoke with the earth spirit before. The spear wielder then left the room, but took off the green clothing, was wearing all white underneath. With the green clothing, the spear wielder sopped up some of the blood, but took the clothing with the spear wielder. That's really the main thing that happened. It wasn't until many hours later before a servant discovered him. If I remember the servant's name, it was, and he kind of like scratches at his chin. I believe it was Inukai.
I'm just trying to catch up with writing down this stuff.
No, it's fine. While you write that down, if you have any questions for me, you can shoot it to me inside the Roll20. However, I'm going to switch over to Chepe. You said you wanted to do another use of that spell, but do it somewhere else.
Chepe.
Maybe I've got a Chepe?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry, I muted myself. So the next use of the spell, he's waving his hand over the ripples, which are now adjusting, like they're following his hand movements over the face of the river. And the next one is going to be something he's very familiar with. It's the bowl of water that he put under the divination scroll.
Pack them up.
Assuming that the servant interested upon, so I'm assuming the servants would be around this time because they would have to move the gift over to the champion, or at least put it in a nice place. Because you can't just go around disgracing the gifts that people give you, otherwise you're in political relationships. So, is there a free raise for that as well, in addition to the divination?
Yes.
Okay. So, adding raise, I'll just add to a modifier plus 10?
Yes, because you have a free raise from your school. That's right. Okay. So you'll be able to make that connection, and you said you're basically trying to see where the gifts are, right?
No, I'm trying to see if servants during this time period, because you'll try to focus on an extensive period of time, what's going on through the water. Trying to see if any servants are talking to one another, and if they're picking up the gift, what they're saying to each other while they're doing it.
Okay. You see, let me flip back over to my servant side here, a very young girl. This is one of the females that you met. You recognize her as Aoshi. She's 14. She would have been just taken into the household. Speaking with a male, this is one that you haven't seen before. He's a middle-aged man with black, tightly kept hair and a neat, short beard. And they seem to be talking. They say, I hear that Domatai presented the family with a gift the other day. After the gift, though, they seemed quite disturbed. And, the male turns around and he says, we shouldn't be speaking of such things. The family has too much to be concerned of, and they don't need our rumors. Aoshi speaks up again, and she says, I'm not trying to state rumors, I'm curious. Domatai had always been a friend of Sekidera-sama. What kind of gift could she have given him that would bother the family that much? The man kind of like scratches at his beard and he says, Aoshi, I will not explain this to you again. I know you are new to this job, but we are here only for the Lord's grace. It is best for us not to question these things. And he'll pick up a tray and he'll leave the room with Aoshi being the only one there. Aoshi kind of mutters to herself and she says, I don't know what it is, but that gift can't have been good. And she'll grab a tray and follow him out.
Just for the purposes of anyone who would ask, I have the read lips advantage.
Mm-hmm.
So that's helpful when looking through pools of water to see what people are saying. The next one is going to actually be the center of the center pool that we were at before.
Okay, perfect. I will get back to that in a second. Let me answer some Misawa questions here. The spear wielder, did it look like Sekidera was familiar with them? You put here her, but I'm going to say them instead of her.
Well, the spirit described the spear wielder as a she.
Should have used them the whole time.
Oh, okay.
I'm fairly certain I did. If I didn't, then I screwed up.
Then you screwed up. You said she. All right. So then them. Also, while he's asking
it's them, like gender neutral terms. The spirit doesn't. If you question the spirit about it, the spirit was not able to clearly identify who the assailant was because the clothing was kind of loose.
Okay, so while asking these questions, I was in the middle of typing it. I'm assuming there's an incense bowl specifically for putting incense in, right?
Yeah.
I'm putting more incense in there and tearing more pages out of my journal and just rolling them up so that I can stick them into the sand of the bowl as well while I'm asking the fire spirit these questions. Going back to the gender neutral thing, did Sekidera appear to be familiar? Like, did it look like Sekidera knew who the spear wielder was?
No. He seemed to recognize the spear, however.
All right. And describing the build and stature of out of character question, would I know if the spirits know what the moon curse is?
You're not really certain. Some spirits seem to have knowledge that are outside of what humans understand, and they may call it something else, but it will probably recognize it if you describe it.
Okay, so in describing the man's height, his build, his overall looks, anything that might be physically distinguishable about his appearance, and then what he actually goes through upon a full moon.
The spirit will kind of nod, and he says, yes, the moon madness. The one that meets that description is the one who was left on the floor.
And the drawers, did it ever appear as if the spear wielder were found what they were looking for?
No, it seems that Sekidera's waking seemed to have changed things. The spear wielder stopped the search after Sekidera was dead and covered up the fact that they had gone through the drawers. After that, the spear wielder retrieved the man and brought him in.
The spirit didn't describe the actual look, other than the fact that the spear wielder had green robes, took them off to reveal white robes.
Correct. Had white robes underneath. When wearing the green robes, the spear wielder had a black head covering. When switching to the white robes, also same black head covering.
Motioning to crap, I can't remember what they're called right now, but you know the symbols. You know, the clan and family and whatever symbols. Mons, there we go. Motioning to, I only have the Phoenix Mon on mine, but motioning to mine, I ask if any of the robes had these or something similar.
The fire spirit says, well, the Ujina wore robes with the symbol of the hair on his back. He had something on his front, but I couldn't see it. The green robes bore no emblems or markings. The white robes, the same.
And how large did the spear wielder appear?
Quite a bit smaller than the hair. You humans tend to look the same, but through time I've determined rough shape of you. I would believe it to be a woman. This would be the first time that he legitimately talks about sex.
All right. I go, that's very, very informative.
The spirit was too light on its feet, or the wielder was too light on its feet, but it struck with the precision of a trained warrior.
Sorry, I'm trying to record this and think at the same time. It's a little bit jarring.
Totally fine.
Feet.
We're going to switch gears again. Since you're both casting spells and stuff, I just want to make sure that in case there's an overlap, we get everything settled. So let's go over to Chepe. Your third spell, please, for Tondo.
I made that roll. It's right there.
Yep.
Okay.
You'll succeed. It takes a little while to get your concentration right, but where are you going to pull up?
In the center pool.
Okay.
I don't know if the family's actually going to use it, but in the off chance they are, he is going to.
Yeah, so the pool looks up, and it's almost as if it's just too good of fortune. You see that there's Kitsune Ryosei, who's the Fox Clan champion. She seems to be in the courtyard, and she's far enough away that you're not really able to make out a whole lot. So you have to kind of squint and focus in on her lips, because she is talking to somebody. And the conversation, once you finally kind of start to pick it up, it's he'll be executed at dawn. His crimes against your family will not be allowed to go on in my lands. You can't see who she's talking to, but she kind of pauses for a moment, and she says again, or she starts to talk again, and she says, I know that it wasn't your request to make your relationship public knowledge, but I believe it would be best if you told the rest of his family of your relation. No response that you can tell, and the champion begins to speak again and says, I understand. I will respect your wishes and not make your relationship known then. And then she'll bow, and you'll kind of catch just the top of the head of who she was talking to, and you can see this silvery white hair.
I've not seen anyone in the presence of the courtyard since arriving that has silvery white hair.
You have not. But that is a trademark of the crane. A lot of them will wear wigs if they don't already have silver hair.
As you see this, I'll stop my divination. And I'll make my way back to the premises. Try to pay, if I run into anyone, I'll pay my respects.
Okay.
Again, to the champion, or to the family, or even to the servants, and make my way back to my room.
Let's go ahead and switch over to Isawa.
Yeah, as far as what I can think of right now, one question as far as normal, regular knowledge my character wouldn't have. Would I know, because you said the Kitsune is the champion and not the daimyo, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Minor clan, she acts as a daimyo, but officially she's a clan champion.
Okay, do we know what her sort of favored weapon, or what kind of weapon she's known for using in combat?
Yep, she actually prefers katana, and she is not a fan of duels in general. She believes that disputes and conversations should be solved as conversations, that a duel is a cop-out, which is very unusual for someone who prefers a katana. She actually made a living for a long time being a... right before her Ginpaku ceremony, actually, which is unusual, being a warrior for the Fox clan and doing mercenary work just as the clan does.
All right. Not really knowing what to ask right now, Isawa says, you have helped me greatly. As far as the log burning, how far does the log look burnt?
Barely. He'll burn for hours.
All right. So again, I was saying, as I was talking to him, I was putting the rest of the incense that I brought, and even tearing a few more pages of the diary.
Yeah, you've been pretty much steadily supplying him. He hasn't made any further requests of you, but he's more than willingly accepting any gifts that you're providing for.
Yeah. Well, I'm doing this and say you have helped me greatly. I can't think to ask any more of you. I hope I have left you with enough to sustain you for a time.
He says, yes, your offering has pleased me. If he says, if another fire spirit speaks with you, tell him that Tyranno is your friend. You know that it's very uncommon for spirits to give their names.
After this interaction, Isawa is going to go to his assigned quarters and meditate on the things that he's learned and the information he's acquired, and even while doing so, while he's meditating, he's going to actually like mouth and whisper the long story that the Earth Spirit had told him as well.
Okay.
Hey, Chris.
Yep.
That's me and Josh have been meditating for a while. I'm going to get together. I'm going to actually go to Josh's quarters, to share his quarters, and I'm going to set up a tea ceremony with him and discuss what evidence we've discovered physically rather than metaphysically. Over tea.
You can go ahead and initiate that if Hoshiro accepts, of course.
Does he accept, Josh? I mean, because
Out of game, would there be a dojo that I would be allowed to use?
Yes, there would be. The house does have a dojo. It's in a separate building from the actual main house.
As you approach, you would actually find him leaving his room.
That's fine. Either way, if he denies me, I'll set up the tea ceremony myself and just do a single tea ceremony, even though that's kind of awkward.
If you want to do a tea ceremony, he will ask you, would you mind doing it in the dojo?
I'll follow him at that point then, because I carry my tea ceremony kit with me. So.
So we can do the tea ceremony at the dojo, and then he'll discuss while he trains.
To throw that out there, if you're doing this for void points, you can't double dip like that. Do immediate meditation, immediate tea ceremony.
Oh no, it's taking. I'm figuring there's time in between.
Right.
They've been actively metaphysically doing this for a while, so he would have meditated.
Well, the spells wouldn't take terribly long. Your meditation would have taken about the same time their spells would have.
Okay. Either way,
I already got my void points back.
Yeah, I didn't get any void points back, but either way, even if I don't get void points back for it, it's a good flavorful thing. It's a good way to initiate a conversation between Hoshiro and...
If you didn't get any void points from meditation, you could do it then. I'm saying if you get void points from meditation and then you immediately tear ceremony, it's not going to work.
Yeah, I failed the void point, the roll by 7, so... So I could technically
do so.
Yeah. So either way, the whole point would be either way it's flavorful and a reason for us to sit down and actually talk.
So go ahead and roll your tea ceremony, but basically we're going to pick up where you finish the ceremony and you can conduct a normal conversation now.
I get a 20, so I get a void point back. So does Josh.
Nope, I already got both one.
That doesn't affect him, does it? Because he's not initiating the tea ceremony, correct?
When you tea ceremony, everybody involved gets their void point.
Unless you've already gained one from meditation and you're initiating it.
Exactly. Because you can only regain once for 24 hours, essentially, through one of the uses.
Yeah.
I have a meditation rank of 3. I gained 2.
Okay, perfect. So once you've completed, you'll find that Hoshiro has gotten the room. Yes, you can all meditate and do what you need to do. Once he's done setting up his tea ceremony, Hoshiro, you've gotten the room set up for your kata practice or whatever you're going to do in there.
And as we finish up the last bit of tea and everything, and we're starting to kind of clear the table off, I'm going to look at Hoshiro and say, hey, I'm starting to doubt that this ninjato could have caused these wounds. I don't think it could have stabbed deep enough.
I didn't think the ninjato ever caused the wounds. I thought it was a knife. But I'm starting to doubt the Usagi's.
I'm concerned about this mysterious watchman who's supposed to return.
I know nothing of those kinds of things. It is just everything that has been said, and the way Tanbo-sama came in and the things that he said. I'm starting to doubt the Hair Clan member's guilt. However, until I can learn something definitively, we have no choice but to do what must be done. Though, to kill an innocent man is not something I would do without regret.
So, you know, according to the laws of the Empire, that because he's cursed, he must be killed.
Yeah, I know.
In fact, technically the people who hit it, the Scorpion, should be punished as well. But the Scorpion have already been exiled, so there's no further punishment that you can really do to them.
Yeah, I know. I know he has to be killed, but...
But you could at least put him to the block for the right things instead of
Yeah.
adding things to his crimes.
That's what
his crime that he has nothing really to do with.
That's more what he's talking about.
Mm-hmm. The Kinku have a different view of Lord Moon's curse, by the way.
Yeah, they believe it's not necessarily a curse, that it can be a blessing, but...
Yeah, I was going to say, they don't necessarily look at it as a curse. They believe that the tragic incident is what causes it to manifest the way it is, but they look at it as humans getting touched by the gods, essentially.
Yeah, it's they also view it... So I actually object to him being killed for that, but I think that we're doing the right thing because he still had something to do with killing this guy.
Yeah, I was going to say, according to the Kenku, the human body reacts the way it does with them losing their memories like that because the human form is not designed to hold the power of a god.
I'm going to look over at Hashiro, though, and I'm going to say carefully, I'm more concerned about this mysterious bird at the pond in the garden that no one seemed to be able to see.
I don't know. Children have vivid imaginations. It could be something as simple as that.
How can you say that after having seen witnesses to the existence of creatures of spirit?
I have not been witness to any creatures of spirit. I have been witness to Shugenja talking to Kami. I know the Kami exist.
You would also know that the ancient races exist. You would know Kinku exist. You may have
normal Rukigani don't consider them spirit creatures for the most part. Like Shugenjas recognize they're spirit creatures, but
that's true.
And rumor states that they're all dead anyways.
And I wouldn't know they exist. I could think you're crazy.
I am crazy.
And so when you say this, he simply says, "I do not know they exist." And as he's talking to you, he is going through all of his sword kata.
That's what I thought. He's not disrespecting me at all because he's still having the conversation I want to have. It's not like he's ignoring me, which would be highly disrespectful.
But he's not ignoring you. He's still having the conversation.
I was going to say, him saying, "I don't know they exist" is not a rude response to him.
Oh, no, I wasn't saying that. I'm saying if for whatever reason, if he was just ignoring me trying to practice his kata, that would be disrespectful as fuck. But because he's actually conversing with me, I don't care what he does while he converses with me as long as he's conversing.
So what I worry about is this man being executed for something he didn't do. We should not add crimes to his list simply because he's a receptive target.
I'm going to be completely honest with Hashiro here, and I know this might be something that we have to deal with later. I'm going to be honest, and I'm going to look directly at Hashiro, and I'm actually going to stop him for a second and wait for him to get a break, and I'm going to look him dead in the eyes and say, I'm torn between destroying something that's been touched by the gods and destroying him for a crime that he's committed.
As you say this, Hoshiro begins to look around. Are we alone in this room?
Yes.
Are the doors closed?
It's about 8 o'clock at night. Most everybody is done. Even the most dedicated of students that would be at this small dojo wouldn't be there at this point.
Yep.
You guys have lit lanterns just to make this functional for the evening.
Yeah. He has, because of his curse, what has to happen has to happen. Personally, I think that he was handling it well. I don't like the fact that he has to be killed simply because of his curse. However,
inside the interrogation, he did admit to other crimes, not anything worth killing him for.
Question, Chris. Would my failure of compassion still apply here, even though it wouldn't require a void point to act in as a beneficiary to him, because he's actually higher status than I am?
Yeah, if you want to save him, like if you want to act out a character to save him, it's going to require you to spend the void point to act on his behalf.
Even though he is technically higher status than me, so it would require me to do the right thing. But that's why I was curious, because I was just looking at it. It says if they're lower status or lower social caste.
I'm going to say this is a different situation because he's considered a criminal. He is technically lower status than you at this point.
Okay, that's what I was thinking too, because he would be a criminal. Okay, I have no compassion. So with Josh saying he doesn't want to execute him for crime he didn't commit, Hoshiro, you're going to get a very blunt response to this. His life was forfeit the moment he decided to act out of his curse.
His life was forfeit the moment he was taken in by the Scorpion and trained to be something as vile as he became. However, I figure I can speak bluntly with you, and he's still going through his kata as he says all this. I am going to go ahead and speak bluntly to Gashi-san. The fact that he may not have done this is, I do not wish to have a man killed for something he did not commit. Him being killed for the fact that he is what he is one thing. If he is killed because of his crimes, that is another thing. For him being killed for something he cannot control, and he is going out of his way to keep himself from harming others, and crimes he did not commit are the only things I worry about.
He placed himself close to those that were vulnerable at times when he was dangerous. What he gets, he gets. He deserves his punishment.
I'm not saying he doesn't deserve it.
However, you want to stop his punishment.
No, I do not wish to stop the punishment. The man deserves to be brought to justice. I just do not wish to have crimes laid bare at his feet, applied to him that he did not do. The gods should see us for what we are. We should go to our deaths with them seeing us as we are, seeing us for what we are. We should not be guilty of things we did not commit. We should not be thought to be guilty of things we did not commit.
Well, it appears Lord Moon has already made a choice for him, and perhaps Lord Moon will forgive his soul. Actually, they don't believe in souls in Rokugan. It's a spirit that he would forgive. Not him to reincarnate.
I pray Lord Moon does forgive his spirit.
And I just kind of sigh and cross my arms, and I see no point in continuing the argument with Hoshiro because we're not going to see eye to eye on this.
Out of the game, how much does your character know about the Tao Shenshi?
Not much. He learned Kenku value.
Has he ever heard of it?
Possible. He does live among monks. His family.
You have been given a copy upon your return to the Dragon Clan.
Yeah, especially since we have an order of monks among us, and I'm part of that family. But I don't know that I truly understand it.
Well, from this conversation and the fact that you have been given the books, you would be starting to learn that Hoshiro tries to follow very tightly to Bushido and the Tao Shinchi. Am I getting that across correctly, Chris?
Yeah,
I think so.
I think he would pick up that you're trying to do that because he does have a rank of Lord Bushido, but he doesn't care. He just doesn't care. As far as he's concerned, this guy's getting what he deserves.
Yeah, and I mean, you understand that what he's basically getting at is that he should be rightfully charged.
Yeah.
That he should not be placed a false crime.
Yeah.
Which I mean, you could agree with for an entirely different reason, like the fact that the person who is correctly responsible should be held responsible for their crime, because right now he's a scapegoat.
Yeah, no, I believe that wholeheartedly, and I think I try to get that across a little bit. But what he really believes is it doesn't matter if what he's being executed for so much as that he needs to be executed. So let's just get it over with.
So I think what we're trying to say is we're both trying to get across the exact same thing. We're doing it in very different ways, and we don't want to understand one another.
Yeah, because one of us just doesn't care about people. One of us is a soulless bastard, and the other is practicing kata.
Interesting fact for you guys during this time period, the year that we're playing in, Lord Moon has already been dead, but has not been replaced yet.
He doesn't replace the 4 wins, does he?
He gets replaced in 1132, which I think is right at the end of Hidden Emperor, if I remember right.
Yeah.
Would I actually know that?
Well, you guys would, because it's actually a huge world event when he falls. That's what caused Lord Moon's curse to become a thing. It was his blood that fell to the earth and cursed people. His blood also formed obsidian, is the legend.
Either way, we're well aware of it, and he's unfortunately his wife is Lady's son, right?
Yes. And then when the next two ascend, the roles reverse. There becomes a Lady Moon and a Lord Sun.
Okay. So either way, we both agree that this punishment needs to be carried out. I think we just think it needs to be done for different reasons.
Mm-hmm.
So either way, we're going to probably work through the night to try to see if we can figure out who actually murdered him. I think that at the end of this conversation, I'm going to mention to Hachiro that no matter what, we want to figure out who actually killed the Karo, because the Karo deserves justice, not injustice.
Actually, after you say that, Hoshiro kind of smiles at you. We have a little time to spare, and you're one for blunt honesty. Care to spar? Care to let me see those sword skills of yours in action?
You know what might be kind of fun, Chris? Well, we don't have to roll for anything, but I would love to duel him in an Aijutsu duel with the wooden swords in the dojo.
I'm fine with it. If you guys want to do that on the side narratively, that's fine.
Yeah, that's
I don't really want to work through the duel rules.
Oh, no, we don't. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to have to make any rolls or anything. We can just.
I was going to say, because the duel rules are quite encompassing, and I really don't want to take 30 minutes to do something that is.
Oh, no, I didn't want to do it as a set of rolls, anyways.
Okay.
Just as a sign.
The camera will kind of fade away with the two of you picking up the boken and going into dual stances. And then, Tombo, you're going to go see Iosawa, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
I'm assuming
So,
he's still divining, correct? Or he's still communing?
You won't find him inside the room where the Karo was killed. You are able to find out where he is currently staying, however.
I'll make my way there.
Okay. So you make it to the Iron Tea Inn, where Sawa has been staying, and Sawa, you'll hear kind of a firm knock on the door that's very confident, that speaks of the person behind it.
Yeah, again, sort of rubbing my knees. I go to the door and just slide it. Of course, see Tonbo standing there.
Sawa-san, you're communing with the fire spirit, correct?
I sort of, give him a half bow and step aside and just move my hand, motioning him to enter.
You know he hasn't seen the room yet.
What was that?
The geisha painting in the room, it's quite exquisite, isn't it?
You would know that Tombo hasn't been allowed to see the murder scene, because you guys are strictly the only ones that were authorized in there. And
has he
he's
entered
making
the room
comment.
yet?
Did you enter Asawa's hotel room? Sorry, we're talking about two different rooms that we need to distinguish.
Yes, I'm entering Asawa's hotel room while saying this.
I was motioning for him to come into the room I'm staying in. Yeah. So once he enters, I close the door. And I go, I hadn't thought to appreciate it, no.
We're still playing the same campaign.
Wait, hold on. Sorry about that. So it's always like I hadn't thought to appreciate the painting, though. To my knowledge, you haven't seen the room, have you?
I have. And he brings out a bowl and he has a small thing of water. And he gestures.
Ah, of course. And he'll motion for you to sit on the floor as he's struggling to go back down and sit on his knees.
He changes position. There is a matter that we'll need to discuss with the others. Or that you will need to discuss with your partners. He says that with reluctance.
Yes, well, we are all here for the same ends. To seek the truth and
My
justice.
duty. He says that with a very firm tact and expressionless face.
He nods. Yes. And when he says yes, he just grins. Duty.
Duty.
Honor. Grand things. Grand things.
Well, I have learned through the spirits in my own way. And I've called to ask of what you have learned, because I have learned something that is very, very peculiar.
The kami, they are all unique and wonderful in their own ways. Have I told you the story of, and he actually starts going into the war story that he had told you earlier?
And he will affirm, yes, of course you have. Do you wish to repeat a lesson? Was there something I did not miss the first time?
Well, that is quite a tale, enlightening tale, told to me by an earth kami. But yes, I spoke to a fire kami this time. Quite the kami. So much. Gave me great insight. As to the killer, it seems, and he starts rubbing his head, though the man we have is guilty of much, the murders he is not.
Who is?
Has
Hold on a second. I was about to type it to you. Isawa, you do know that Domatai is staying at the Iron Tea Inn. I just wanted to remind you because we discussed it last game, but it was just barely mentioned.
Domatai is
the
crane.
That's the crane chick.
Yep.
Okay.
Osen is also there, who's the Suruchi.
Yeah. That's the Chester's uncle, right?
Yes.
All right. But that's what I end what I'm saying right there, is the fact that the man we have for the murders is guilty of much, not for the murder.
Did they tell you a more accurate description?
Yes, it appeared the killer was trying to conceal their robes. They came in with green and they left with white. Sekidera. How would I address him again? I wouldn't address him by Sekidera, right?
Sekidera was his first name. You would probably refer to him as Sekidera-sama.
Okay, so Sekidera-sama was, sadly, his life ended by a spear. A spear bearing 2 feathers.
As he says that, there are birds flapping in pools of water in the back of his mind. You can hear it resonating off the corners, or in his own mind he hears it resonating off the corners, flickering in the light, the bare minimum of lantern light that he's still carrying out from the river. So you're saying you did not know what this person looks like. I've learned much, but before I can... The purity of my intent must be addressed before I am able to firmly tell you what I wish to say.
You wish not to dishonor yourself or any others.
Correct.
Quite noble. Quite noble. Again, he's speaking a little slowly. I have other information, it seems.
Could you kindly give it to me? And he will bow a bit lower.
Yeah. He's, going through his mind, and I don't know what it all means yet. I have a feeling that the feathers are important in some way. The kami did feel quite fondly for them. The killer was small. Smaller in stature even than Ujina, the man for which we have apprehended for these crimes. Yet, that figure, which we believe is a woman, seemed to have quite a bit of strength. The Earth Kami had told me the figure seemed to weigh more than they appeared. Maybe there was armor underneath, I cannot say.
You said it was a woman.
Yes, the Fire Kami believed that it may have been a woman, that the killer moved with such speed and precision.
At that speed, where their faces perfectly cloaked, was the hair shown.
Now the figure was hooded the entire time, obscuring their head.
The speed at which someone could move to strike a man, surely some link of hair must have been fallen, must have been shedded, must have been dropped, must have been exposed. Does the spirit comment on any color of their hair? Did they give you an accurate description at all?
Only of the small frame, color of the robes. The killer used their initial disguise to clean most of the blood, and took the robes with them. I would only imagine that blood would have stained the white robes as well. But, and he starts, staring up at the ceiling, thinking to himself.
I have overheard... Sorry. He waits for you to gesture for him to speak. You can tell he's bowing a bit lower.
He's like, oh, feel free. Any information we can have to convict the correct person.
Sama, as you can tell, you've been forced to give respect to someone you're probably much older than this entire time. Of course, he's been paying you homage simply for the fact that you're a major clan and a status much above his. I have overseen conversation, and please do not consider it less of me for being Chris?
Chevy, you cut out there.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Dang it. What did you hear?
For perhaps being, and I think it was rude, but it cut off right there.
Oh, please do not think less of me for this, and forgive me for being rude. In my divinations, it was unveiled to me, given to me, a gift. I've seen there was a woman, what is her name? She was a lover of the recently departed, if I'm not mistaken.
You wouldn't know the name, but if you're fishing for it, that's a good way to go.
That's exactly what I'm doing.
Isawa's like, yes. I believe I know who you're talking about.
There is a woman who came recently to present themselves before the family. Do you by any chance know of someone?
Would I Would I know that Domatai presented herself to the family?
No, you're not really sure about that.
All right. So Isawa just responds, I'm not sure what she was here for specifically, but go on.
Well, I overheard several servants talking with one another. One of them mentioned that a gift was brought by a woman who read closely to Lord, and it upset them greatly.
Isawa sort of rocks back.
Why would lovers give... Forgive me. But why would lovers give or people so fond of each other, old friends, why would a gift from them disturb them?
That is curious.
It was likely a statement. Something specifically to invoke that reaction. Something that could cause someone who has followed, as the Kitsune have, Bushido, to actually lose face in front of their own servants. Something must have happened very dire for that. The signs are all there, the waters are flowing, and I can hear their echoes across all the four corners of Rokugan. And I have overheard the conversation of the very champion whose estate I have been so allowed to have stayed in. He was welcomed us, but she was saying to another woman about the man who has been framed, or rather the man who is deceased. She was talking about the man who was framed, right?
When you heard that conversation, she was referring to Sekidera, the one who had been murdered.
The one who had been... That's what I thought. She has... Our champion referred to the man who died as being deserving for the crimes against another person's family. I couldn't see the other person, except for a brief moment. They had silver hair, like a crane. And you said there were feathers. My son saw feathers. He is not quite as attuned as I am as of yet.
At this, without much other reaction, almost instinctually, Isawa's eyes just like widen, like, you know. His mouth doesn't gape open, but you can read it in his eyes.
I'm going to ask. But for the sake of brevity, I will bother you. Is
Breaking up pretty badly, as far as I can't really tell what you're saying. I heard for the sake of brevity.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
A woman here was associated with the crane.
Yes.
May I have her name?
I can't remember her first name. Just that it's Domatai.
Asahina.
Domatai is her
Asahina,
first
there
name.
you go.
Asahina is the family name.
Oh, okay. So,
I love Austin.
bringing his hands up to his face to sort of cover his nose, he utters the name Asahina Domatai. Is the crane staying here?
We have to kill her. I get dibs.
What the hell?
So the next question is then the man who was killed.
You cut out there, Shepe.
than the man who was killed.
I heard the man who was killed.
Is she? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Is she taller or shorter than the man who was killed?
You never did tell us that last time, Chris.
I did not tell you that because it wasn't important last time. It is important now. She is shorter.
Yeah, well, she's short. She's definitely shorter than the hair. I already know that.
Okay,
the hair
how
is
tall
tall
is
and
the
lean.
champion in relation? The next question I'll have to ask other character for you because
Comparatively to the Fox Clan champion, the Fox Clan champion is actually quite a tall woman. And the Fox
so
Clan
she's much
champion,
taller than.
yeah, she's very tall and lean, and she has a lot of black hair. Like if she was to cover up her hair, it'd be useless.
See,
You are breaking up again.
While we wait for him to come back, when we did speak to Asahina Domatai, did she have white hair?
She did not. She had black hair,
She had black hair, and the length of her black hair,
just above shoulder.
just above shoulder. And would it be common knowledge that the thing you mentioned earlier about the wigs, like if they're not normally born with
Oh
white
yeah,
hair,
that's super common amongst the Crane.
is there a pattern to how long the hair is with those wigs?
It varies. They can be quite extravagant, and other times they can be very simple. A lot of times they're pulled into some sort of updo. However, it is not entirely uncommon for you to find someone who has just straight white hair as what their wig is.
All right. And if you're still trying to talk, Chepe, I know I can't hear you.
I cannot hear Chepe either.
I think he's trying something. Well, that's weird. His advanced school is not in the generator.
Which school?
my roommate. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know what it is. Nobody else is on using the internet. So,
Don't know.
Google.
I guess just try to keep your
Sonia's
bandwidth.
mine already has the comparison. Right?
I'm sorry, say that
Already
again.
But
Ask your question again, Chepe.
He's locked up, I think.
Yeah, looks like it.
I'm gonna cry.
He may-
I'm good.
There you go.
Ask your question again, Chepe.
Right? Can you hear me?
Yes.
You may, yeah, Josh's right. You may need to lower your bandwidth, Chepe.
I
Down
think
to
he's already lowered his bandwidth because when he comes up, he's just a black screen.
Me too, but he's locked up again, and we're not getting any.
just now switched back to his picture. Chepe, have you restarted your machine?
Well, hold on. He just needs me to resend him the link. It's okay. I'm sure he's got this handled.
We need like some cool old school. I forget the instrument, but like that two-stringed instrument for like intervention music.
Biwa. That's what it is. That's what I was trying to say that she was playing in the painting. Biwa. I like how you randomly asked about an instrument, and I'm like, oh yeah, this one. We need to show Matt how to do his names.
Hmm?
One of the people inside the group. He's doing first and last name with no family name.
Yeah. Okay.
But he hasn't played L5R before, so it's learning curve for him too.
I never played L5R. I just watch a lot of kung fu movies, anime.
I was gonna say I just got bad news from my boss, so I gotta announce it to my guys. But this is basically as close to announcing it on my channel as I can get. But this Sunday I won't be able to start season 2 because I gotta go like 3 hours north of Houston to go pick up a trailer from our latest show.
Oh, that sucks.
That sucks.
Yeah. Well, I won't be back in my side of town until at least like 8:30, maybe 9 my time, which is well past when we start.
So yeah.
So what do we want to do from here? Come back to Chepe here in a second.
We'll wait for Chepe here.
I'm not sure what he's doing. Hey, Chris, you've got to correct me if I'm wrong, but you can regain. Do you regain your void points through rest or only through meditation?
You get 1 point back per day.
Okay, that's right. So I couldn't remember if you got any back from actual rest or not. It doesn't say in the void section. Gotta stop scratching back your ear, Stinky. My dog's got his left ear all torn up. He's either got mites or he's got something in his ear.
You gotta get that taken care of.
And I need to. I gotta talk to my friend who's a vet, see if I can get him to take a look. Cheap.
Don't you guys love technical difficulties?
Love.
One of the reasons I love sitting around a table. There's no fucking such thing.
There's a strong word to describe what I'm feeling right now.
I was gonna say that's like Chepe's internet in a nutshell.
Yeah. Which sucks because Chepe is a very intellectually inquisitive person and like perfect for.
I feel bad because sometimes he'll be like asking like 100 questions and it's like I don't hear him, so I'm sure to him he's like, are they fucking ignoring me?
Yeah. Yeah.
No, Chris. I was in one of the games I was in about a month ago. Somebody had muted me and I didn't realize it. I was trying to ask like 30 questions before I realized I was muted. I was getting frustrated because nobody would answer. I was like, who the fuck muted me?
Well, Chepe's trying to get reset here. Let's switch over. You guys were in the dojo doing the duel. Would you like to narrate how that came out?
Well, we made a one-off roll with my jutsu, and Hoshiro beat the living crap out of me, so I'll let him control it.
Okay. So, Hoshiro, you want to narrate?
Sure, I'll narrate if he's cool with that.
Yeah, I'm cool with it.
So, the duel would start fairly normally. You would notice that Hoshiro has a very odd dueling style, and the fact that he holds his bokken down like an undrawn katana. He allows you to advance first, dodges your first blow, and as he's moving past you, does a drawing strike to your side.
You realize you can break my ribs with that, right?
Yes, which is why he's really, really controlling the strike.
So with enough pressure to make contact and for him to know the contact was made, but pull it because of the way you twist your wrist?
Yeah. At that point, he just kind of stands behind you, bows, and says, good match. Should we go see what the others are into?
And I'm going to openly agree to this as well. Don't laugh so hard, Nelson. Not funny.
With that, he would put the bokken up, and looks like Chepe is back. So I guess the two of them will begin to walk towards the main house.
Okay. Chepe had a question.
I know if the champion is taller than the victim.
Yes. Or well, Taller than the new suspect that you guys have discovered.
I wanted to know
If
specifically.
she is taller than the victim,
Yes.
they're roughly the same height.
But the victim or the killer was shorter.
Than the victim, yes.
All right. So, can you? We need to know what this gift is. And if I'm correct, then this could be an act of revenge against whatever the champion who has so graciously allowed us to stay with him has said, or some pre-existing relationship between and the deceased. It is quite possible that whatever this crime is toward what is potentially a crane with the feathers could very well be the reason why he was framed the way he has, or why he was killed.
I'm starting to sort of rub his head, almost as if there's nearly too many facts to keep track of. Isawa starts mumbling, but the killing was unintentional.
How so? The killing was unintentional.
Well, the killer intended to take life, but they did not show up to take life.
Keep in mind that Ujina did confess to making it look like it was a seppuku.
Yeah. Well, I'm not talking about Ujina. I'm talking about the killer.
Right.
That the killer didn't. The killer struck.
The killer was surprised. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the killer struck to take life, but the killer didn't show up to take life. They were there for something else, something that could have been found but wasn't.
Why now?
What? Why now?
Why now? It bothers me.
Yes.
These types of skills are only the things that... Go ahead.
Not.
They're only the things... The ability to cloak oneself, to leave in and out without a trace. These are not the ways of Bushido. Why would a crane in full force take the life of another in such a manner when they could have dueled? If you said they were after something, this person who knows, he won't even say the word, purity is too big for him. He takes he basically shows like a small throw, like he does a throwing gesture to kind of like try to hint at it.
I was looking at you and sort of trails off in the direction that you were motioning a throw, as if trying to find something in that direction.
The skills used, did it seem like this person was the same as the one who was framed? Were they a scorpion?
No, it seemed, well, the kami said the person moved with speed, but struck with military training, struck as if a highly trained warrior.
So not someone who would be infiltrated.
Again,
you guys have battle.
I do not.
Battle, any form of lore. Let me know.
hold on.
You can still make a battle or lore check regardless.
Sure.
Yeah, nothing. I don't have anything that I can conceivably. I mean, I don't think Bushido would count for it. So
Untrained is drop a die, right? Or is that just 1d10?
It's gonna be a roll of the ring only.
Of the ring only? Okay.
Yeah.
Which is intelligence, because it's a lore skill, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
So.
all right. So what is that? Yay!
I'll spend a void to add a 1k1 on this.
Okay. You can also spend a void to make it a train skill with effectively 1 rank, which would be a little bit more effective.
Wouldn't that only be a 3k2?
Oh, sorry, no, it wouldn't. Actually, it would be more effective to do the 1k1.
Yeah.
Okay. Tombo. The Crane generally are very well known as being great spearmen. They have entire regiments that are their foot soldiers are trained to be spearmen, but also their Barushi are. In fact, there's a vassal family of theirs that is pretty much all they do is they train spearmen. They're well known for it, just in general.
Who the crane?
The Crane in general?
Are known for spears.
Yes. Spear fighting and Aijutsu duels are kind of the Crane's thing. And nasty courtiers.
So I do not have the finesse of a scorpion. But the tact of a crane. Do you think she would be after gift that was mentioned?
Nodding his head. It is quite possible. That's what.
What could he have done against... The crane are descended from Moon, aren't they?
Well, relatively all clans are. Because the moon was the father of all the spirits before they came to the earth and formed the clans.
So, and a crane so much, and been conscripted as a curse. What could this gift be? If we have that gift, we may have our evidence. We may allow a soul, perhaps a little bit of honor, roasting, like a droplet after a rainstorm. Have you come to this conclusion as well?
I heard some of that.
Looking directly at you, he's looking down. That's a no.
I don't think Nelson caught everything you said.
Yeah, no, I haven't. I'm trying to piece together what you said, but I don't understand it.
Am I breaking up that badly?
You were
Right
you're
now.
being much clearer.
Yeah, right now that was absolutely clear.
All right. So what I'm... let me see if I can remember. So he's bowing down. He's not even looking at you directly. So he's basically... He doesn't have anything to cover his mouth with, so he's trying to use his own hair. What could have and to have conscripted a curse like this? Whatever this gift is, she may have been after it. This may be the evidence we need, or the thing we need to put her into a corner. If it is who you have suggested it is.
If it is, why would one give a gift only to try to retrieve it later? It puzzles me.
I don't know for sure if it was her that gave the gift. I just thought it was someone who is familiar.
I don't know. I don't know. Sekidera-sama, or Sama, right?
Yeah.
Sekidera-sama. The kami couldn't tell if he knew the killer. The killer's face was obscured by a black hood the entire time. But when Sekidera awoke and interrupted the intruder that took his life, he did seem to notice the weapon that struck him. The spear with the feathers. Maybe it is who it may be.
Did the intruder walk?
Did the intruder
Walk in with that spear?
Yes. Now, I got a quick question. Like, I personally can't remember, Chris, but were we informed as to which servant exactly discovered the body?
You did not ask. You weren't informed either.
So I only have the name. Huh?
You were. Is the spirit.
I was gonna say, yeah, the spirit told you.
No, the spirit. I'm not asking about that. I'm talking about when we, as a group, first
Yeah,
arrived.
you did not ask and were not informed, therefore.
All right. I think we need to find the others. See what their thoughts on our new evidence are.
It's quite late. You guys know that to continue at this point would mean possibly waking them.
Well, the man's life ends tomorrow, correct?
Correct.
It'll end regardless.
I'm just letting you know because you're about to go walk the streets at night, and that may be considered weird by onlookers if anybody sees you.
We're all staying in different areas.
You guys are all staying inside the Iron Tea House. However, Chepe's character, the Tombo, has been invited here specifically to officiate the funeral and do a divination. So he is staying inside the castle itself, actually.
Oh, I'm just talking about going to the rooms of.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know that they're not in their rooms. I don't have this information.
I'm afraid I must make sure my son is safe. Please inform the others. I let you know if I can be any more service to you.
How is your son? Is he doing all right?
He will be fine.
Very good to hear. And sort of like motioning to get up. And again, rubbing his knee a little bit. He bows, he goes to, open the door and allow you to leave.
He'll bow and let his long black hair drape down to his feet, and he'll pick up the lantern and just make his way to leave and try to see his son before going to sleep.
Okay. Asawa, are you still going to find the other two? Because they'll make it back about the same time that that you are heading You would have gone to their door, realized they're not there, started to head back to your room, and that's when they're going to approach.
Yeah, well, that was going to be the next step.
Okay. So yeah, you'll see them.
Do I see him like at one of our doors, starting to walk away as we come up the stairs?
Yeah.
Sawa-sama, can we help you?
He doesn't do a full bow, but he, a courteous one. There is much new evidence, information that myself and Tanbo-san have been revealed to by the kami.
By all means, let us go to my room.
So is the Birdman with you?
Yeah, the Birdman is with him. Leave the Birdman alone, okay?
So, waiting to be...
I walk to the room, open the door, allow both of you in. As the two of you walk in, he walks in and closes the door behind you and says, it is getting rather late. If it would not trouble you greatly, I'm going to be, as we talk, prepare to get ready for bed.
Yes, I understand it's late, but a man's life should not end for crimes he didn't do.
Oh, I agree, and we are certainly able to talk.
Yeah.
Just, if you do not mind, I will go ahead and continue with my preparations as we talk.
He nods. I understand. The information given to us by the kami, it appears, is that the killer was smaller than either Sekidera-sama or Ujina, the one who is about to die. That Ujina did not arrive there of his own choice. He was unconscious and brought there, left to take blame for the crime. The killer was not in Sekidera-sama's room with the purpose to take his life. It was Sekidera-sama discovering that there was an intruder that caused his life to end. And it was taken by a spear bearing 2 feathers. The killer's face was never revealed, but there seems to be information that may suggest, and, bringing his hand up, may suggest that there is a crane who took the life of Sekidera-sama. The figure entered with green robes, took the life of Sekidera-sama, but in an effort to clean up the blood, sopped up the blood with the green robes, revealing white robes underneath. And indeed that they were shorter in nature, thinner in stature, very graceful, but yet highly trained with the spear, struck with precision and power.
As you speak, he takes off his katana and wakizashi and places them on a stand. Shrugs out of the top of his kimono. So the hair is innocent.
Of the crime in question, yes, though he has confessed to other crimes. To which he is not innocent.
Oh, agreed.
Though he does seem to believe he may have taken the life of Sekidera-sama.
At this point, Hoshiro will sit at a table in his room, which I'm assuming you two are already sitting at. kind of takes a bottle of sake out of his bag and 3 cups and sets them down. Takes up a folded piece of paper, opens it up, folds it back up, sets it on a 4th cup he pulls out, and lights the paper on fire.
Nice.
As it burns away to ash, he will take the cup with the ash, pour it into the jar of sake, and slowly begin to stir it around by moving the thing of sake, and then he'll fill all 3 glasses, all 3 cups, and hand 2 to each of you.
1 to each of us.
Yeah, 1 to each of you.
Not drinking 2 cups of sake.
So we know that the hair is innocent, which I was beginning to fear. And we know that his killer was slighter in stature. Do we know how they entered the room?
Through the front door.
They carried a spear in the front door.
As far as what I...
Kagani spear? Yeah.
They came in through the spear, or through the window.
Oh, through the window?
Yeah, through the window to come in and out. When the killer came back with the body, also through the window, but a grappling hook was used at that time.
And
okay.
Rokugani spear is not as big as like a European spear.
Yeah, it's a yari, so it's really technically only like shoulder height. It's quite
small. Yeah, so it says about 4 or 5 feet at the most, as opposed to like 6, 6.5.
At this point, Hoshiro kind of picks up his cup and sips the sake, sets it down. So my initial thought was right. It was done with a spear. I didn't see how a person could get a spear in the room walking through the castle, but if they came in through the window.
Yeah, that was my mistake. I thought you were talking about the front door. Yes, coming through the window. And Isawa picks up the cup, sort of starts swirling it around and just... before taking his first sip of sake.
Me, on the other hand, with his uncontrollable urge not to realize how to drink, he's going to take it down in 1 big swig. Probably choke a little on it.
Yeah, it's quite strong. There's Kinku and Tengu. You were raised amongst Kinku, who actually do enjoy sake, so you would have had experience with it. This is not quite as sweet as what the Kinku prefer.
Yeah. So I'm taking it down a little bit harder than I probably should. And I'm probably, like I said, probably not gagging on it, but I'm probably choking a little bit because I'm not used to the spice sake that they're using.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just hearing those noises, Isawa sort of winces and closes his eyes, trying to ignore it.
Thanks. Well, that just tells me all I need to know if I'm choking on something. No, I'm not going to get any help from this group. Thanks.
So, in the morning, we should definitely tell the clan champion.
Well, about that. The information from the kami that our friend Tanbo-san has been given, and he starts rubbing his head, and he takes another sip of sake. Puts his hand on his mouth, as if thinking, and starts talking, holding his hand to his mouth like this. It seems that Kitsune Dono may have known a bit about what is going on. There seems to have been a gift that was given, but was not well received. It may be that the killer was searching for this gift, because that's why they were in Sekidera Asama's room, they were searching for something.
Do you know where they were searching?
Through the drawers of his room, but their search was interrupted by Sekidera Dono's awakening.
Do you know if they got to finish their search after?
They were unable to find what they were looking for. They were concerned more about covering their tracks after being discovered and having to take a life.
Well, one of Aisawa-sama, one of the members from the Great Clan should bring up that information with Clan Champion. We should still consult Kitsune Dono.
It would only be proper. But would it be the right thing to do?
What is proper is always the right thing to do.
Not all have the strength, and he's sloshing around the cup. Not all have the strength of will to truly follow the code of Bushido, it seems. And he takes a drink.
Take a drink as well. One should follow the code of Bushido as closely as they can at all times, along with the Taoishan said.
Saying that, he raises his cup towards you, smiles, nods, and takes another sip.
He would do the same. However, we at the very least need to inform her that the heir is innocent of killing Sekidera. He does not need crimes put at his feet that do not need to be put there.
I do agree. I agree. No man should die with that on his conscience for which he is not guilty.
Good.
Seeing that it's, you're ready for bed and everything, he goes, maybe we should rest. We do need our strength and our minds for what is to come.
I agree, Asawa-sama. So Asawa-sama, Tagashi-sama, I will see you in the morning. Good night.
Nodding and just sloshing around what's left and downing that. Starts to get up.
With that, he'll let you two of you out of the room, enjoy one more cup of sake, and then go to bed.
I'm going to probably pass out after, not too long after that as well.
Perfect. I don't have to raise your TNs for staying up all night.
Thanks, Chris.
Hey, fatigue does things to people. You guys have been in very intense situations all day.
It's all good. I wouldn't be worried about it. It is what it is.
I, however, do worry about things like this, especially if it's crap. Crank, real quick, Chris. I asked it in the chat, but I'm just kind of curious. Aren't the unicorn generally known as pretty good spearmen as well, even though they normally don't have white hair?
Yes. More for horsemanship, though. Like they
Like
use
Utaku.
spears on a horse.
Yeah, like the Utaku battle maidens. Notorious for it. It would be a stretch to believe they would be the person involved in this, but because of where we're at. I'm just making sure I'm curious.
Out of game, the paper he burned and placed into the sake was actually a protection, like a protection spell. It doesn't have any mechanical benefits, but it was a protection spell from a shrine or a monk. It's a samurai tradition.
I really need to go back to Dragonland so I can see the Kenku and get some real sake. Let's go prod a couple of asleep Naga.
Oh, illegitimate.
Illegitimate. ILLITEMIATE, I think. I'm the worst person in the world to ask that question to. You know that, right?
Yeah,
Jeffy, you spell better than I do.
I was going to say Google's failing me poorly.
Chris, before I actually want to go to bed, I do want to meditate.
30 minutes.
1, to try to get my void points back. 2, to actually clear my head of all the crazy stuff and visions and talking and
You'll
you
gain
know.
1 void point back after you sleep, anyways.
Well, I meditate for 2, and it's still, regardless of mechanically, it's like he wants to clear his head because a lot has been going on. You know, lots rattling around in there right now.
Well, good. I mean, you guys were just talking about.
Chris Chepe put. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Chris Chepe put illegitimate in the chat. It's ILL. Okay.
Yeah, like I said, Chepe's a better speller than I am, so trust his judgment.
I didn't know that one off the top of my head. I would have had to use Google.
Well, I misspelled it while correctly spelling it.
Classic Chepe.
So, what did I get?
I didn't make a roll. Did you roll it right this time? Yeah, they did.
Did Chris freeze?
Yes, sorry, I was trying to make sense out of a comment here. Your roll was for the spell. So there's a lot of spells in L5R. Please go over which one you're using.
That would be the Reflecting Pool.
Okay.
Mastery 2.
What pool are you attempting to access?
I'm attempting to ask the one that I've already accessed before. The gift bowl that I gave, right? Because I figured at this point it may have been actually moved into the gifts. So I want to see if there are any gifts around or if servants are still handling it or not.
Okay. So this time you go to the gift bowl. The bowl itself, you can see from what you're viewing, which of course is going to be the ceiling because you're looking from a pool upward, essentially. The room has changed. The room that you're in, there seems to be a lot of silks around you. If you had to venture a guess after a few moments, you realize that you're in a bedroom.
In a bedroom, huh?
But you don't see anybody.
I don't see any painting on the ceiling.
No. It wouldn't be common for this area. Well, Rikugan in general. The silks that are above the bed, however, are a let me see here. Emerald green is what it should be. No, I'm totally wrong. They're kind of a coppery color.
Kind of a coppery color.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
At this point, I would.
You happen to be an artisan, or have the artisan skill, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
You would know that the dyes used to actually manufacture a fabric dye, like a silk dye that's a copper in color, is actually quite hard to do. You have to get like the mix correct. Whoever's room this is, they would have wealth.
I'll stay there for a little bit longer, looking through the water. I'm using my own divining bowl in my room at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Is my son sleeping properly?
Yeah, he's settled down. Your son is an odd child, just in general. Which hopefully I'm playing him the way you intended to be odd as hell. When he sleeps though, he seems very, very humanized. Like he does a lot of things that are almost just strange, which is kind of common for somebody who's potentially very gifted at divination. But once he falls asleep, it's almost like he could be anybody's child. It's probably the closest to him on a human level that you ever really feel is him asleep and the first couple hours of being awake. He's usually has less of his episodes of being kind of strange.
So I'll continue looking in the bowl for a while. If nothing happens, then I'll stop.
Okay. Yeah, nothing's gonna happen. You get the feeling that that probably since you're in a bedroom, that person may be asleep, and that's why you don't see any sort of activity. I mean, it's late enough at night that somebody would be.
Gotcha, so it'd have to be early in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
See. He would wait, rest, and see, go up next to his son, look down, see over waves and waves in his mind, storm settling, as thunder only peaks the very end of his world. He puts his hand over his shoulder, just kind of sniffs. And his eyes, very sincere, for the first time, almost tear up, holding them once more, centering himself, not letting it rain just yet, not letting the waters dissipate, retreating themselves, letting them be bound by the land, as the Lord Moon himself controls all. And he takes himself, composes himself, and knowing he is at least 4 hours, he sits void once again and reconnects with the spirit world. He's resting.
Okay. Yeah, they the night passes pretty uneventful for you guys, and you know the execution is to be done at dawn, so you've woken up a little bit earlier. The sun hasn't quite crested over, and because there is an execution, the whole town is actually woken up a bit earlier. Normally a baker would wake up at like 4 a.m., but you guys wake up to the smell at about 4 when you get up for the event. That the bakeries in town have started baking breads. The yeast has drifted into the air. The town is coming alive, and you guys will get your void back and not have to worry about penalties and things like that.
Yeah, yes. Just to make sure I told Nelson right, Chris. Magic in this game works like Vancian. If you've spent spell slots, they do return after a night's rest, correct?
I believe so, if I
Yeah.
remember. Yeah,
They
they do.
cast each spell slot once per 24 hours, correct?
Yeah, it is. You technically have to meditate at the beginning of the morning as part of your morning rituals, but they don't really go into a whole lot of that about that. I mean, in reality, because it's Barukugan the world, basically what happens is morning rituals for everyone is to wake up, have your morning tea, sit down for breakfast, go into meditation, practice katas, and then leave the house. So in reality, when I say you're leaving the house at like 4 a.m., you guys probably woke up at like 3 a.m.
So we've only gotten like 5 hours of sleep.
Yeah. Which you guys are all used to such precedents on funeral days and things like that. So it's not like it's anything unusual. Normally you probably would have gone to bed earlier, but because of the events, you couldn't afford to. Which is why you're all fine. You still get your void going back, and you're not going to get penalties.
Is traditional Barukugan to wear white kimonos on a funeral day?
It is, absolutely. No mons, white kimonos.
Which I would probably have to have somebody lend me a white one because I don't think my character would necessarily own one. Right? Well, no, my Daimo would probably have provided one, knowing.
Yeah, you would have all brought one with you.
Yeah.
So yeah, probably waking up. I think I would eat and have tea in a normal kimono before going back to my room, change to ensure that I don't mess up the kimono. So if the others were to come out and eat at the same time, I wouldn't be dressed for the funeral as yet.
One thing you will notice about Hoshiro when he's wearing the white kimono is his hair is just kept back in a simple ponytail. It's kind of wild. Right now, he does have it in an actual top knot. His hair is well manicured.
Question, Chris. Could we get servants that would do this stereotypical cleansing stuff, like the oiling and things like that for hair in an inn?
Yeah, you could get oils and perfumes and things like that.
So I would do the full tilt. I mean, you're going to a very formal event.
Yeah. I mean, this is while it's a minor clan, he's an advisor. He's very close to, like, one of the highest people you've had the courtesy to stay near and talk to, and the fact that you've spoken with the clan champion, it's quite an honor for you to be fully welcomed to the funeral as well as the execution.
Yeah, and so I'm going to go to the full tilt. I'm going to have the oil put in the hair, the perfumes, everything else, really make myself stand out, kind of thing.
I would do the exact same.
I will not. I'll, of course, ensure that I'm clean and presentable, but not that whole oil in hair, perfumes, and if they were to offer any sort of servants to hook me up, I would politely decline.
Okay.
Hoshiro, of course, being a Ronin, does it all himself.
Yeah, greedier than that. Edda will do this for me.
Something that you guys would have eventually discussed, because you're kind of working together now with the Tombo, you've discussed kind of where you're going to meet up, which you guys have met up in kind of the main courtyard area of the city. Basically, the city is designed in 3 tiers. There's the castle proper, and then slightly down the hill is where kind of more your merchants and your wealthier live, and then slightly further down is where your Edda and Henin would live. Your Henin really kind of crossed the line between Edda Town and slightly more, really merchants are Henin, so that whole area is really Henin. So kind of like your social caste system, that's how this city's been set up. Where you've agreed to meet is actually towards the gates of where it becomes where the Bushi and the magistrates and stuff like that live.
Would it be disrespectful to carry my katana if it was tied off?
No, it would be fine to carry your katana. It would be proper actually to sleeve it, so you would have like a white case for it that would be tied off, and you wouldn't wear it at your belt, you'd just carry it.
Okay, that's what it'll be doing.
I'm not going that far. I'm just going to carry my wakizashi for now.
I was going to say, if you intend to take it to the funeral, that's how you would take it to the funeral. If you're carrying it until you go to the funeral and then you leave it inside a locked bin outside of the funeral, that's totally fine. You don't have to cover it at that point.
He would cover it.
I'm just going to carry my wakizashi, which is not considered dishonorable or anything. You can even carry it at the funeral.
Yeah, absolutely.
So.
In fact, that's how you tell what clan most people belong to, is through their wakizashi during funerals.
Yeah, well, the Tetsubo can stay away.
Yes.
Give a wakizashi, fatty.
Yeah.
Your walking stick?
Yeah, my walking stick. But the Tetsubo, no, he's leaving that behind.
You can still look formal with your wakizashi, you fatty.
Hoshiro would have his wakizashi in his obi, and he'd be carrying his katana in a white bag, essentially.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you guys meet up, and it's the morning now. Really, at this point, only the Henin and Edda are moving about the city. There are very few Bushi on the road. This being a minor clan holding, there you see a few Kitsune that are taking care of some things going between stores and such. But you've also seen a couple Ronin, which is not terribly uncommon here. You've seen them moving throughout the city as well. It doesn't seem like there's an immense amount of them, but there are a few.
When we meet up with Tombo, I would bow and greet him. Tanbo-sama, how are you doing this fine morning?
I am well. How are you, Hoshiro-san?
I am well as I always am.
And he's wearing white, which is completely conflicting with his like very dark eyes, very dark hair. And take himself, and you can see that he's holding a bowl, and this is a very well-made bowl, and you can see that there is actually some kind of metal fastened to the bottom of the rim for the stand, and engraved on it are several markings, and you see different dates that are actually put down on it as well, probably auspicious dates. That's it.
Would we all be carrying our gifts?
Not to this point because you'd be going to the execution first.
Okay.
There's going to be a distinct point of time. There's going to be the execution, a few hours, and then the funeral. The funeral is actually going to take place in the afternoon.
Okay.
What would you like to do with your son, by the way, Tombo?
That's a difficult decision.
I was going to say, there are servants that you can leave him with inside the Kitsune Castle.
He would have to.
Okay.
Reluctantly, he would have to.
What, you don't want your son seeing somebody getting decapitated?
It's also a matter that
I was going to say, it's a matter of duty to him, is what it is.
Correct.
Okay. So, Hikotsu will not be with you guys as well. That'll be something you'll notice. Through the streets, do you guys have anything you'd like to do before the execution actually happens?
Yes.
I look at the three of them. I do believe we should inform the clan champion of the heir's innocence in the current crimes. He's going to be executed either way, but he does not need to go to the afterlife with something he did not do on his conscience.
I would rather like to speak with her if it would be at all possible about the proper arrangements for the funeral. Also, there is a matter I must inquire about.
We would all like to speak with her. That's probably where we should head first.
Okay. So you head to the castle, which the castle's actually quite awake, with the exception of Hikotsu, who's well asleep because he's a child and hasn't been woken up finally. The castle, there's a lot of staff that are moving around. There's actually more servants than you've seen here normally. Normally you guys have only seen 4 servants. It's probably due to the arrangements of the funeral. You can chalk that up to that.
Would request an audience with the clan champion.
Okay. So the man that's been kind of working with you the whole time, the older servant, he nods when you make your request, and he goes off. And because you've established yourselves so well with them, within moments he comes forward and he says, Ryosei Domo will see you now.
As we begin to walk forward, I would look to Aisawa. Aisawa-sama, you should tell Ryosei Dono what the spirits showed you, or what the spirits told you first, before we reveal that the heir is innocent.
May I please make a request of her before you do an act?
Of course.
Thank you. I would much rather the funeral go intact.
Of course, Tombo-sama. I would never presume to interfere with any clan's duties.
Okay. When you enter the hallway, Hoshiro, you will feel it inside the air almost before you even step foot in. You can feel that the air is charged. There's that taste of sweat that lingers in the air when combat is happening. And then it's like your eyes finally catch up to your other senses. You can see across the room that Ryosei is wearing just a plain white pants, kind of like you would for a gi. She is wielding a katana, and she is surrounded by 3 men that are wearing traditional training gis. Her upper body is exposed, but she has been wrapped down. It's at this point that you've actually taken the moment to realize that Ryosei is actually quite a beautiful woman. And then she strikes, and she takes down the 3 men that are charging in towards her. Through elaborate strokes of the sword, she's managed to deflect the first one into the first one swing into the second one, effectively canceling those 2 out, and then moves to strike at the third with a hilt strike, effectively putting down all of her opponents. She kind of grabs the hand of the man that's closest to her and pulls him back up, and they bow to each other, and she grabs a cloth and she starts wiping her face, and she says, "Forgive me, you caught me during my morning routine. What can I help you with?" And she'll grab a gi jacket off of the wall, and she'll start to put it on and kind of cover herself.
Once again, needing to cover and reduce the storms in his mind, the clouding that is bubbling over in the ocean in turmoil, calm, steady, void, like the dark depths of the sea. He opens his eyes, rests upon like the sunset over the end of a shore, looks at the woman he used to make the inquiry of. He's a young guy. It's not too hard to throw him off a bit. He centers
barely
himself.
16, by the way. She is barely 16, by the way.
Which again, so like, well within the range there for him. He's a young dude.
Hoshiro's only 18, and he actually looks at this and watches, and he smiles.
He, of course, gives a deep bow. Terribly sorry. There is simply a matter of the funeral and the divination that I wish to ask.
She settles the katana inside its saya and then rests it on a case, and she says, "Of course, Tombo-san. Your family was kind enough to grant me a divination for my Genpaku ceremony. I trust the words that your divinations tell you. What can I help with?"
Forgive me for making such a request. I would ask that you would receive this gift as well. This one was made for you. He presents the bowl.
Okay. She takes a look at it and she says, "I am afraid to give me a second divination would be unfair to those who lack your gifts. I could not accept such a gift."
But someone who has shown me such grace, who has upheld Bushido by showing compassion to a mere minor clan, as I could not but want you to prosper, which is why I wished you to have this bowl. I had made it several days of work. It was interlaced with metal of a sword that fell, and one of those who were killed during our tragedy. It is, I've inscribed on it dates of battle, if you so wished, that would be auspicious for duels, that it may be in your favor. It is merely a sign of good faith.
She nods and she says, "It is not my wish to take away the steel of your champions. To have it in my house would only serve as a reminder of their loss to foreign clans. It would be improper."
but it is proper. For but it may not be proper, it may not be much, but it is but a lowly help, for I merely wish to have assisted you. I merely wish for the Dragonfly to have assisted you, since you have shown such kindness to us even further. And since I scrupulously was unable to get these arrangements made for the funeral beforehand, I merely wish to thank you for meeting me on such short notice to help.
She nods to you and she says, "Then I will protect it as if it is the swords of my fallen brothers." She claps her hands, and the servant, the younger male servant, Inukai, comes forward, and he will receive the gift for her, taking it from you.
Even about.
Say that again?
Oh, just simply give a deep bow.
Okay. She says, "When I speak with your clan champion, I will have nothing but kind words for your services."
Your words are too gracious for me. I merely wish to ask if you, and he's barely, like, he's just beginning to speak as he's coming up from his bow. I merely wish to ask, there are many omens and signs that I have received in my divinations, and there are factors that must come into place. There have been many gifts received recently, I suppose, from the families. Might I ask, so I know that this particular gift that I am to receive, that I am to give off for the funeral, is to be correct. Might I ask if there have been any recently that have caused dismay? Have there been any other gifts? I must know, because this particular divination that I have done for them and their family is of a very sensitive matter, and I do not wish to offend them. Please forgive your servant for not properly mentioning this earlier. This is an attempt at a courtier manipulation roll. Attempt.
Okay.
I will reach into the void and spend a void, and also spend a it's of course trying to get her to mention gifts, obviously. Trying to change the topic about gifts.
Okay.
Not the most eloquent way of doing it, but so
Your target number is 20 if you'd like to call any raises.
yes, a raise in this case would basically just make it more detailed information, or
Correct, it would.
I will make 2 raises, and I'll also spend a void, so that's 1k1.
Okay,
And on top
so
of that,
I'll say that the first raise is for more detailed information. The second raise will be for any hidden information that you may have.
Correct. Okay. So I was just telling you in advance, I'm expending a spell slot and expending void, so that's why it's going to be so big. Let me grab it. Thought it was 7k5, but let me double check. So, here, 6k3. So that'll be 4, so 8k4.
Okay.
Sorry, my computer's messing up. There we go. So barely.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, your target number, because you raised it twice, became 30, so you just barely made it. She will kind of begin discussing with you some different gifts and things like that, and she goes through and she says, well, the one that I found most interesting was Asahina Domatai's gift. It was a finely crafted box featuring a crane and a fox playing. On the lid, there was a fox and crane sleeping kind of nestled to each other, almost forming the yin and yang of Taoist masters. It was quite an interesting and very unique gift. She told a story with it, I am told, in a letter to the family. The family since has kept the box very, very close to them. She goes on to talk about some of the other gifts, and none of them really catch you as being off. This one seems to be the most interesting because she specifically talks about the impact on the family.
Surely it must have been made of incredibly fine material.
The wood is common wood from what I understand, but the craftsmanship, it is, from my understanding, that it was actually one of the Kakita artisans that crafted it. Quite a rare gift indeed. Even I do not hold anything made by the famous artisans of the grain.
Yes. Their skills are matched. He says that with a checklist of needing to learn from Kakita artisans at some point. It's like, you did hear that, right? So she merely mentioned the wood, so he was trying to imply if there was anything precious about it outside of the wood, or outside, like if the material was made of anything.
She doesn't seem to know. She thinks it's kind of a common wood, so she's not entirely certain if there is any importance to the wood. She doesn't even know the story that came with it. She just was told that it was a very sentimental story about Sekidera and who he was. And the family has since then kept the box very close to them.
I see. Thank you. This does help. I now know that my gift to the family will be properly suitable, and it shouldn't offend. Thank you.
Okay.
I believe the others had a matter of which they wished to speak.
Yes, once he's finished, Isawa will walk up, bow. Kitsune, no. I have communed with the kami, both fire and earth, and as we know, time reveals much, though it has revealed slowly to us that what is his name again? Usagi? It's not Usagi.
Ujina.
Ujina. That the man Ujina, though he is guilty of much, the murder of Sekidera-sama is not a crime for which he has committed.
How can this be? He has confessed to it. Who else would have killed him?
His curse left him without memory. There was a woman, smaller in stature than he, who had brought him to the room and left him to regain consciousness with the body of poor Sekidera-sama. It seems the woman, her face remained obscured, did not enter Sekidera-sama's chambers with the intent to kill. It was only upon Sekidera-sama's awakening and discovery of this intruder that led to his death. Though the kami, they don't understand us as we don't fully understand them. It did seem that, I am told, Sekidera-sama did recognize the murder weapon.
If you tell me the weapon, I will have my guards and Bushi seek the entire city for it. We will turn the city upside down. And we will have 2 executions this day.
A yari with 2 feathers. It was 2 feathers beneath the blade, right?
Yeah, just below the blade tip.
Okay,
She,
just below.
with almost crystal clear understanding, she's kind of like loosens her jaw just a little bit, and she loses face for just a moment. You know that the correct thing to do would be to not acknowledge this, that she has lost face. She kind of catches herself momentarily, and she says, I believe I know who has done this then. Perhaps we will not have to turn the city upside down.
Would you approve of us informing Ujina that it is not for that crime for which his life is to end?
I need an investigation notice from everybody in the room. She'll nod her head and she says, I will have it removed from his sentences.
Come on, what the hell is the deal with this tonight?
Stuff.
Well,
what deal?
There it goes. Jeez, man, like, you just rolled 4K2 and got 10.
Yeah.
Finally got my, like, first decent roll of the night. Yeesh.
I mean, the last time you guys did this, you were rolling like 40s.
This is true.
That wasn't me.
Well, Chris, don't forget, I rolled a 9 on 4 dice and initiative, so...
All right, Tagashi. You will notice that the servant that took the gift, Unakai, will set the gift down, and he's been standing there the whole time. As the spear was mentioned, the servant didn't seem to make any real reaction at first. But when she said we don't have to we don't have to turn the town upside down, I think I know who it is. The servant has slowly kind of stepped back.
Well, I'm blunt, and I'm not going to be. I'm going to point to the servant and say, "Do not move," calling attention to him.
Okay. The servant kind of stops, and he immediately bows, and he says, I'm sorry, I was taken back by this news. If you would like to see if he's lying, you can.
What is that going to be? Investigation as well?
Yes, that one is investigation with the focus in...
Just notice it.
Interrogation.
I have a question. Could I use courtier? Because I thought that was like the lying.
Hey, there we go. That was more like what I was expecting to roll a minute ago.
You can absolutely use courtier as well. It's actually harder to do with investigate.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, at this point, Chris, I rolled an 11, so I have no freaking clue. I believe everything he's saying.
Etiquette is the best one to use, or not etiquette.
Sincerity.
Courtier.
Sincerity sincerity is when they're trying to lie to you, which causes you to blah 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 blah. Oh, sorry, no. Investigation is the best one.
I rolled an 11.
Courtier can be used.
Which one's the best one? Investigation notice?
Yeah.
It's not notice, it's interrogation.
Interrogation, but Asawa is fine.
I got a 23 on my courtier.
So, which is fine because the TN was 15 because you were using courtier. Your TN was adjusted. So for those of you that got 15 or higher, and Asawa because he got higher than 20, you're going to notice that that this man is lying.
Somebody better say something because I don't notice it.
Yeah, I point at him, you know, to tell a lie is very unbecoming. There is no honor in a lie.
Yes, my friend, I believe you're being very dishonest with us.
He's already continuing his lies, and at this point you can kind of catch him. You don't need to roll anything further. He says, I am not lying to you, my lords. I swear. And he bows again very quickly, and you've kind of discovered his tales at this point. You know he's lying again. If you further push him...
Is this an Edda?
It is.
Oh, wow.
This is the guy who discovered the body.
At this point...
Oh, hell.
No, because this point... I'm just going to say bluntly to him, you realize the punishment for concealing a crime such as this is death. And a most dishonorable one at that.
I just turned to the clan champion, Kitsune Dono, if I may. And he's kind of motioning towards his katana.
Kitsune grabs her own and she says, "What is the meaning of this? Tell me what you know." And the man kind of stumbles and he says, I know nothing, Kitsune Domo. I am your humble servant." And he bows again, and she has figured out he's lying too. She doesn't give him time at all. She just does a quick draw and slice, kind of the traditional Ayujutsu move where it's draw and strike at the same time. But she does it from a dead stance, not like proper stance at all, meaning that she's actually quite skilled.
Yeah, reasons I'm not going to fight her.
The man himself falls to the ground dead, and she says, "I seem to have bought you a little more time. Now, how do we want to bring this forward? I will need some sort of proof. We can all agree that she is the most likely the one to do it.
I'm going to point out to her that at least some of the proof is laying at her feet, dead.
Proof in Rukagon needs to be more concrete than a dead Edda. The word of Ibushi is far greater, or the word of samurai is far greater than an Edda.
I look at her, Kitsuki Dono. Aisawa-sama's spirit. The kami have told Aisawa-sama all that he needs to know in revealing the spirit to him.
It's true.
You know, the spear that took the life, the robes that were worn. The killer wore green when she first arisen, but unprepared to take life, there was much blood, and those green robes were removed to hide a lot of the evidence, to soak up this blood. And the killer left with those robes. Those bloodied robes should be evidence enough.
Claws out of my knee.
And
the robes or any sort of written documentation would serve fine, but for me to avoid war with the crane, I would need something.
I take a minute. I'm going to use a courtier skill, manipulate, by the way, and I'm going to do the normal expenditures.
Okay.
I need to do. I'm trying to feed the idea into her head. Okay. I don't know how many raises I need to do for that.
Okay.
But I simply give a bow and please excuse me. I am several family members are advisors, and it's merely a tradition for us to think in such a manner. Did you not say before, ma'am, that there was a gift that she gave, and that the killer was supposed to be after something? Something along those lines. Basically, gesturing a small question. Saying if...
She nods and she calls over two of the guards and she says, bring Kitsune Sekide's family and the gift. They'll nod it with height and they'll walk out the door. They within moments will come back. So if you guys have anything you'd like to discuss with her without guards or Etta in the room, now's your chance.
I would just to kill time before they come back. I would compliment her on her skill with the sword, especially on that strike.
Way to go, brah. Good job.
Basically,
Never lifted.
That strike was amazing, essentially in Hoshiro's eyes.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean that's something that the only other person that you've seen match that kind of thing, because it's not like you're a very learned and traveled Ronin just yet.
Yeah.
But the only other person you've known is your master, who has the ability to do a full Aijutsu draw from a casual stance.
Essentially,
the only other people I think I would have heard about would have been Crane Duelist.
Mm-hmm. It's literally, as far as game terms are concerned, she has like eight ranks in Aijutsu.
Essentially, what he's doing by complimenting her on that strike is he's kind of like saying, basically, out of game, he'd be saying, I would really like to spar with you because I want to study your moves.
Right.
I try to move over to Asawa.
Okay.
Has she been informed of the person's intent?
Well, I was gonna get to that at this moment.
Okay.
Again, like I put it up a lot of things before. It's just Aisawa is slow about the things that he does, since he identifies more with the Earth Kami. Since all his focuses are Earth Kami and stuff. So in the time that everyone is leaving, he brings up. I'll say it plainly to sort of expedite the process. But he brings up that the killer came looking in the room, looking for something that was not found. That the act of killing ended the search, so it was unsuccessful.
She'll nod and she'll say, then perhaps maybe his silence was all that the killer wished.
It was not the goal of the intrusion. He lied. He died because he woke at the wrong moment. The killer could have taken his life long before he woke.
Then she still seeks something that could explain her recent visit.
Also, let's see, there's the killer. He mentions how the Kami said the Earth Kami commented how the killer felt heavier than her size would suggest, and the Fire Kami spoke of the quickness, precision, and highly skilled training of the strike, of the spear strike, of the Yari strike. And also mentions that a pillow book was found, if that could serve for any documentation, the pillow book of Sekihara-sama.
Yeah, I was going to say, you guys found the pillow book.
Yeah.
The killer did not find anything. She says, well then, perhaps Domatai is something entirely different than what she claims to be. You're going to hear a rapping at the door, and the doors will open up with the two guards. Sekidera's wife will be there along with his daughter, and they brought the small box with them.
Okay. Guess we're just gonna wait for them to open the box, but
Okay. So they open the box kind of reluctantly. The wife will open the box, and Ryosei will look, and she'll retrieve a small paper, and she unfolds it, and it takes a little bit of time because it's complicatedly folded. Inside the letter, or inside the paper, is of course a letter, and she frowns, and she folds up the letter, and then she tucks it inside her armor, and she says, "There can be no doubt."
okay. She thinks it's Ashihira. Is blame?
Asahina? Yeah.
Yeah, Ashihira. Ashihira. Okay. Um, I'm going to be in full, complete agreement with this. I'm not going to voice it out loud because I really don't like this woman. I think that Domatai needs to go away. I've not liked her since we first ran into her.
I'm curious, Chris. Can I do a sort of like when she says that there could be no doubt, and she folds the document up and puts it in her gi. I don't know. Like, does she do that too quickly?
She clearly took enough time to read it.
I'm talking about the act of folding it and putting it away.
Oh yeah,
rather
that
than
was quite quick.
yeah, and also would it be of poor etiquette to keep it rather than giving it back to the wife of the deceased?
Not necessarily. She has to officiate the trial, so this would be evidence. So she could be just confiscating it as evidence.
All right, I want to know, like, is it almost shifty in the way she?
It is kind of shifty.
And merely put forth one more time. Is there anything else that you merely wish advice on? Anything else that I may be of service with? I'm trying to basically do a courtier role to, again, try to irk her to exposing at least a bit of detail. Maybe suggest that she won't give away the whole thing, but maybe convey some of what she's thinking that she might actually ask for my help on, something that I convince her it would be safe in our company once the hen had left. Like implying that in my bow gesture.
Yep.
How many raises do I need for that?
Depends how much information you want her to give you.
I will make.
You can do as much as your void ring.
I'll do 2 raises, and I'll do the whole, hey, I'm a Tonbo, and I'm spending spell slots and a void point, because why not?
Okay.
So I'll do 2 raises. Double check. It's the 8K4. Oof. 29.
9. Okay. So you'll make your 2 raises. She will say, I appreciate the offer, unfortunately. And she kind of pauses for a moment, and just ever so slightly, you catch her eyes flick, just very tinily, towards the family. This is a family matter that must be attended to.
The voice goes back into the mind of 2 women conversing with one another. He's imagining it in the garden and remembers the words, remember your relationship with him and the things that they did to your family. He catches a suspicion and, of course, continues his bow. Very well, man.
I
just have
I look to the champion. It's Kitsune Dono. if you believe this person is truly responsible, as I believe we all do, we must move to apprehend her immediately.
Okay. So with that, we're going to go into a little cinematic mode. Essentially, she's going to give you a detachment of guards. You're going to burst in as this woman is getting ready for the funeral.
I'm getting ready for the divination funeral. I don't know what you guys are doing.
Oh no, I'm kicking in the door with these guards. I'm okay with that.
I'm on the window.
You find Asahina. She's getting ready for the funeral, and when you have broken into her room's in a little bit of a disarray at this point. You're able to find that she has a long white wig, which slides up with what Chepe had seen. You also see a box that has been slid underneath the bed, but is slightly out. Once you see that, also she's got a spear with 2 feathers along the wall, which is her yari. Once you see the box, the guards have apprehended her. You open up the box. There is the indentation of where a ninja toe used to be carried inside this box.
Evil woman.
It appears that there is enough here to tie her towards the crimes. Because the house was burned down this morning, and Etta will come back to the castle along with the set of blood-stained green clothing, which matches her size as well. There's far enough proof that you could say that she's the one that did it. You also will find some letters, and the one letter that you find, which is odd and distinct, because most of them are addressed to Asahina Domatai, there is one that that says Daidoji, and then it has the simple word of what was it? Trying to remember their slang. I can't remember the slang, but it means fly silent.
Where'd she learn all this stuff?
She will be brought forth to the court, and the trial will begin. Ryosei will read off the crimes, and she officiates that the Ujina is only guilty of small petty crimes that would not normally be executable offenses, but he is also cursed with Lord Moon's curse. So to release him from his current body and allow him a chance to
Reincarnate?
Be reborn and another chance at life, because that curse is something that afflicts the body, not the soul. She believes that it is in the best wishes of the Emperor to execute him. He is executed dignifiably, which means he's actually got his head chopped off. Asahina, on the other hand, who you now suspect to be a Daidoji, due to the letter, is hung for acts of treason against the court, and she has been labeled as a ninja, which is fun for her clan to try and figure out now.
She carried a ninja toe. She should have never touched it.
Yep. She is also labeled with the crime of murder, breaking and entering, tampering with evidence, all sorts of strings of other stuff, which is just basically compounding everything that you found into lots of different titles. The Ryosei will explain all of the clues and things that you found, with the exception of one thing. She does not mention the letter that she tucked away.
Hey. Why do you have to do this to us, Chris? Do this to us. There's more to figure out.
She has to. She said it was a family matter. She's not going to do something that will reveal a problem for her own family.
It's true. But now we kind of have to puzzle it out. Because now my character's just curious.
You knew it was coming when she did that little shady shifting. Yoink!
Yeah, nobody gets to see.
I typed it in the side box. I was curious to know, since this is an actual campaign, though it's drop in, drop out. Yeah. I wanted to know if Isawa would have seen the box and noticed the sort of yin yang look of the fox and crane on the cover.
Yeah.
And whether or not a knowledge Bushido would have revealed that, or any sort of knowledge skill would have revealed that the yin, one of the interpretations of the yin and yang or when male and female come together?
You don't need a knowledge for that. That's something you would know.
Okay, so it's common knowledge, right?
Yeah. So eventually it comes out through rumor mill that the now revealed as Daidoji, you actually, after a few days, the rumors and stuff start coming out, and there seems to be some understanding of who she actually was. It appears that she is Daidoji Satomi, and that she was romantically involved with Sekidera, and that they may have had an illegitimate son. Which, logically, you guys can assume is what that paper was about, because being the Karo, she wouldn't admit to any sort of relations between the two of them. You have puzzled together that she was attempting to blackmail Sekidera's family, though you're not entirely certain for what purposes, with that letter.
You know, I just realized like a good third of my freaking encountered characters list are now deceased.
Yep. Welcome to Oriental Adventures, where everybody loses / wins at the same time. Tragic stories. Woo!
Hey, I'm all good.
Yeah.
I mean, we already discussed last game about having Sekidera's ashes spread across the earth to honor the Earth Spirits because he was cool with the kami.
Yep.
We found the correct murderer.
So
everybody that died according to what the fuck they did.
exactly. I was gonna say you guys got the best result possible.
This is true. I agree.
So his ashes do get spread. You guys find an area that seems to be closely attached to the Earth Kami. And then at night, once the funeral happens, of course, Tombo does his divination, and these paper lantern boats are released on the river, which will flow out to the ocean.
Can I make
Depending on which river they
divination
take.
roll by the chance?
Yeah.
Is the
Okay, Megatron, try that again.
is when
Chepe in disguise.
Yeah. Chepe, one of the hamsters powering your computer has had a stroke.
Get down there and crank that damn wheel.
See, no, that's what it is. Divinations are very hard to understand and have to be interpreted. So he's giving the divination as he's seeing it, and later he's going to interpret its meaning. That's why he sounds like that right now. Oh, God, Chepe, I think he completely froze.
So,
Yeah,
nope,
he's coming back in. He's coming back in. Usually, as soon as he comes in, he's good for like the first 5 minutes. So.
Yeah, which is I really have like
He has some bunk ass internet, man.
oblivious to these gifts. Like what kind of gifts to give? Oh, he's back. All right.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
yes.
Sweet. Awesome. So during the ceremony, I present my gift. It's the bowl, and there's several auspicious dates for the family for times of peace and hopefully to reclaim another child. So it's a big thing for Dragonfly, giving people birth dates because it's important, especially at a time of death, to think about life. And going through particular divination he's going to perform, which he was inquiring about, was whether or not came to see whether or not peace would come about when an agreement might come about between the Fox clan and something else, like when something greater for the Fox clan could come, especially a date. And so that's what he's looking for in the divination.
Okay.
Whether or not he gets anything useful is none the wiser, but you know.
Is that 29 your roll, or is that?
That's someone else's.
Okay.
No, that's Tombo Vaughn. It's 29.
There it is.
Well,
Let's see. Because the way divination works, it should be a mysterious phrase. The clever fox remembers the trap's location.
Okay, so I don't even get a date. I just get that phrase.
Yeah.
Clever. So I'll admonish that to them as I look into the water. I'll probably even whisper the words over it, and then just tell them, "Clever fox remembers." The what? The traps. Clever
The
fox
trap's
remembers
location.
the trap's location. I don't know if the family reacts to that at all. But
They take it. It's usually common that people don't react directly to divinations, unless they're just obscenely obvious to them, and they'll just bow to you respectfully.
I'll take my bow off of the gift and move on.
Okay. So tradition is they're going to decline your gift twice, accept it the third time. If you guys want to talk about what your gifts were for the funeral to the family, we totally can. And that'll be the end here. And I was going to say for Isawa, I'll help you out with a gift since this is your first run with L5R here.
Well, I'll go with mine. I was going to give him a small jade statue. It's designed to ward off corrupted kami, but it's also designed to ward off spirits that create undead, which is a good gift for somebody who just suffered a death.
My gift is a simple pipe in a rosewood box, but it's got a bit of a story behind it. It actually connects back to the family that my great-great-grandfather got his daisho from, the daisho I now have. The female samurai who he saved in a great battle and carried on his back. Unfortunately, she died, but he carried her back to her family, who was a crane member. As a result of this, they gave him her daisho and allowed him to become Ronin. Years later, Sekidera got a pipe gifted to him that once belonged to her. Then years after that, Sekidera gifted that pipe to my grandfather because they were friends, and now I'm giving it back to Sekidera's family.
Okay. The gift does seem to be well received. So, Asawa, for you and anybody who's kind of new to L5R, essentially, I mentioned it before, a gift's cost value is not necessarily indicative of its value upon being received. So something that would have a story behind it, whether it's directly influential with the family or not, would be well received over something expensive. Unless, of course, you intend to insult someone, in which case you would go and buy like a very expensive item that has no story or origin, and then you would present it to them, meaning that you took no time or thought in the gift.
Would okay, so tell me if this is appropriate. What if like a small sort of jade pot, right?
Okay.
With like inscriptions of prayers to Earth Kami,
Mm-hmm.
with a bit of dirt inside the pot, and the dirt is from like the grave of a grandfather or an elder relative that have joined the Earth Kami, and that the Earth Kami now watch over.
That'd be totally fine.
All right, cool. So I'll go with that.
Okay. That's also a well-received gift. Funeral dirt is a little bit of a weird gift to give, so it is kind of received a little strangely. Like the daughter is weirded out by it, but the mother understands the purpose behind it and the idea, and she seems to be very wholehearted about the gift.
Did you
And
my last question, Chris?
what's that?
It's my last question there in the chat.
If you would like to do one, you can.
Yeah, I was going to do a second one that was personal. But go ahead with your description. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to sidetrack. I just want to make sure I got that question answered.
The lid would be securely fastened, that way the dirt doesn't come out or anything. The dirt itself, I should correct myself. It's not funeral dirt. It's not actually the stuff that was put on top of the grave site kind of thing. Essentially, bodies are burned in Rukagon because they fear the undead rising. However, they do create a burial mound. There's technically nothing underneath it. It's just a ceremonial piece. that dirt, it would be the dirt that would have been used in that.
Either way, Chris, for a personal gift,
Mm-hmm.
at some point along the lines, I would have gone into the woods and seen if I could not get my hands on one arrow with an arrowhead crafted by Kenku Smiths to represent their connection to the Tsurushi.
What woods?
Along the way here, from the Dragonlands to here.
Okay, then yeah, sure. You could probably find something like that. Or you would have had it with you. Because if you went in the Foxwoods, I'm sorry, you're dead.
No, it would have been along the way. I would have stopped to do that because I would have thought about doing it as a personal. Realizing they're related to the Tsurushi, that would be a perfect gift. An arrow that's handcrafted by the Kenku. It would probably be a silver head, so it'd be a worthless arrow as far as actual combat value, but its intrinsic value would be just through the roof.
Yeah, the Kitsune, are, however, not connected, but the advisor was married into the Kitsune family and gave up his name of Tsurushi.
Yeah, that's what I mean, because he was connected to represent his connection to the Tsurushi, give them a personal gift of something to represent his connection to the Mantis.
Perfect. All well received in the proper manner.
What did Chepe have? He gave them a divination, right? A free divination?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, he ended up doing basically two. He gave them an outline of their next year, basically, and then a divination.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Okay. So that is going to be it for this adventure. We'll have more L5R drop-in, drop-out type stuff that may or may not be directly connected to this adventure, or even something that Kyle's already put forward. And eventually, I will play an axe murderer.
Thursday, you'll be playing your axe murderer.
I say he's an axe murderer, but really he's a crab, so they're all murderers of some variety, aren't they?
Yes, this is true. You're muted.
Let's kind of go down the line. Chepe, you want to talk about your channel?
No, nothing's going on. Nothing important. Doesn't matter.
It's fun-trodden. It occasionally does stuff.
Yeah, do things.
Let's talk about some Asawa stuff.
Yeah. For those that don't know me, my name is Nelson. I have the Facebook, YouTube, and Drive-Thru RPG store. Infinite Roleplay. I have a Twitter. You can find me on Twitter and Facebook under 8Roleplay. What I've been doing lately is working obsessively on developing a rule set that is based off of the 5e OGL. That is more about, cartoony and sort of superpower, high-powered cartoon action. So you can find out more about what I'm doing on my Facebook and my Twitter. Hopefully, God willing, I'll end up being able to release that in the next few months.
And he has been playtesting, so if you are interested in making
I've been developing and playtesting for the past 6 months now?
Something like that,
yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay. Next down the line, Josh, you got anything?
I'm Josh from Playing Hoshiro. You'll get to see him again Thursday, right alongside Chris's Axe Murderer. So that should be fun.
I don't know if the other two are playing at all on Thursday. I know Chester's supposed to.
I don't remember who docked up.
Me either.
David, I think.
Yeah, David said that he'd be interested. I know last week he dropped, but I checked to see if he's going to be in that one.
Yeah, he said he was trying not to do anything until his wife gets done with AIT.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
He has a son, and it just makes everything really hard to take care of and juggle everything.
Yeah.
But that's neither here nor there. I guess I'm the last one up, Chris.
Yep.
As we said earlier, I'm Kyle with Legacy Game Mastering. You can find us on Facebook at Legacy Game Mastering. You can find us on YouTube at Legacy Game Mastering. You can also hit the site at legacygamemastering.wordpress.com. We are on Twitter. We just don't do a lot with Twitter because Twitter is a hellhole. I don't care for it that much. But other than that, we do have as much of the information as we can for this game up on the actual Legacy page. Guys, by the way, if you guys want to do letters for this game or any game, write them out, send them to me. I will try to get them up on the page. And we are doing the fortune system. If you check the page, you can find out all about that.
Yeah, perfect. So from me here at Drop Dice, I don't remember what Murdoch said last game, but I thought it was great, so I got to come up with something like that. But be sure to hit the subscribe and like buttons. He said something more Dragon Ball like because we were playing Dragon Ball Victory and it was awesome. He was like something like Kamehameha that like button or something like that. It was great. I gotta figure out something cool because like he can't drop the mic on me on my own channel like that.
Yo, if you don't hit like and subscribe, you might as well commit seppuku.
Just as a quick note from me, I think this was another great, enjoyable game. We got to explore some aspects of L5R, moral choices, and the laws of the land, and where the conflict can really come up, which you don't normally get to explore a lot of inside other games that aren't quite as structured as L5R tends to feel. So I think that was a lot of fun, and I'm glad you guys kind of played to those things instead of being like, you know what, screw that murder, we're going to go do this other thing.
Dude, my soul craves more intellectual games. So, you know, yes.
Perfect. As always, thanks for tuning in, guys, and we'll see you at the gaming table.